Now we're good? Okay. Now we'll officially start the meeting. Okay. Roll call and disclosure of conflict.
Edward Ulrich,
Here, nothing to disclose.
Stuart Ward,
Here, I do need to recuse myself from agenda item number 4.
Chad Selenite,
Present, no conflict.
Molly Demi,
President, no conflict.
Crystal Madsen.
President, no conflict.
Alright. Next is agenda clarification and approval.
Paul Jensen, Planning Director. There is no agenda clarification or approval. I recommend accepting the agenda as outlined.
Motion to accept the application or the agenda is out.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, next, approval of minutes from May 20th.
I reviewed them, just briefly scanned through them, I didn't see anything that abnormal.
Pretty short this time, too.
It was pretty short.
The clarification I had, it said that I was joined remotely, I'm not really sure.
I think it's because you came in and you had to do another roll call after, you were a little late. I saw the same thing, but I thought maybe that was why.
Even though she was physically present, it says join remotely.
Seemed like it meant it wasn't here.
Yeah, like you-
Like you're on Zoom or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it's because we had to take another roll call, maybe that's why that was put remotely.
I can take it out.
I think it would make sense to do that.
We have clarification. Okay, thank you. I was like, not much, but that was.
I didn't see anything else, but that was a good catch. I actually did not see that one. So, okay, nobody else has any comments on? Okay, so, entertain a motion to approve the minutes from May 20th.
I'll give a motion to approve minutes from May 20th.
Second.
As amended?
As amended?
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Agenda item number 4. I will turn it over to Chad for this item.
Agenda item number 4, subdivision preliminary plat, Nelson Meadows, first edition, it's a business item. I guess I don't have any questions for you, Stuart. Looks like you met all the conditions. Do appreciate you get a hold of Income. We kind of stuck you with that one to get a hold of them about the city services. I didn't see that you got that done. I don't have any other questions at all on it. I think staff had no other conditions or recommendations. I think everything, so to say, your ducks are all in a row for it, is what I saw. So, anybody got anything? Hold on. I think we just, yeah, I don't think we need to hear from you, Stuart, so.
You and I didn't want to talk.
Okay, perfect. Let's just go through our findings. And it's almost, it's gonna really be a copy and paste, I almost think, from the concept, so. We have to read them out though, so we can't copy them all, right, so.
At least Foster subdivision.
No, sorry, staff. Getting ahead of
I
myself.
would recommend at least reading what the subdivision is into the record so that they know what you're deliberating on.
On the, okay, on the agenda here.
Yes.
Okay, so subdivision preliminary plat, Nelson Meadows, first edition action item. Stuart Ward proposes to subdivide approximately 22.02 acres of land into 3 buildable lots and 1 open space lot. The buildable lots would range from 2.74 to 3.82 acres in size. Individual wells and septic systems have been proposed. 3 of the lots are being replatted and are currently located within Nelson Meadows subdivision. This subdivision is located 0.24 miles from the city of Ingham boundary, and it's a decision item. And then let's go back to staff. Do you have anything on that?
Elise Foster subdivision planner, I have no edits on this one. There are no CCNRs proposed. We have contiguous ownership to access lots 3 and 4. And if council has any questions on the staff report, I'm available.
That's pretty easy. Molly, anything?
Ordinance requirements.
Yeah, anything?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Let's move right to the criteria for approval. The preliminary plat is or is not in conformance with the Bannock County Planning and Development Council's approved concept plan, so I'd say is. All applicable provisions of the Bannock County subdivision ordinance, other county codes and ordinances, and Idaho code. And honestly, almost a paste for the concept plan, which would be goal 1.2, urban and rural amenities to attract families. Marge, let me know if it's good.
So goal 1.2, urban and rural amenities to attract families.
Correct.
So all of that?
Yeah, I'm gonna read the whole thing from the concept plan.
Okay.
Do we need to read it out anyways?
Yeah.
Staff? Okay, so next would be strategy 2.2.4, allow rural development to offer a mix of lot sizes to support people with diverse incomes, uses, and needs. It also meets Bannock County zoning ordinance, section 326 for density requirements. And it meets the requirements of applicable Bannock County ordinance. Everybody goes that? You good, Mark?
1 second.
Yep.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, so number 2, the street plan for the proposed subdivision will or will not permit its development in accordance with the Bannock County subdivision ordinance. It will permit its development.
So these no streets are being created
Yeah.
within the development.
Yeah, same as the concept. There are no new roads being requested. All existing roads meet Bannock County Road and Bridge road standards.
And no requested changes to those roads.
And no requested. I think that's what,
That was said.
the first sentence was there, are no new roads being
Okay,
requested.
okay.
So there are no new roads being requested. All existing roads meet Bannock County Road and Bridge road standards.
Or just, you could get rid of road, I guess. Bannock County Road and Bridge standards.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Good.
yeah.
Number 3, the street plan for the proposed subdivision will or will not permit the development of adjoining land by providing access to that land by right-of-way dedicated to the county or a developed street to the property boundary. That is will,
There's no changes to the existing roads.
no changes. Yeah, that works. No changes to existing roads. Could it be that simple?
Changes to the existing roads.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay,
Number 4, lot lines and roads do or do not relate to land shapes and existing developments, so do relate. And I think we can just say as demonstrated on the proposed plat.
We need more detail than that, we good? We need to say that the contour of the land is extremely aggressive. We have not changed any of the roads to.
No, I thought last time Hal gave us a suggestion that we could refer to the plat, which is a legal document,
Okay. that's-
without having to go into too much explanation, if I understood correctly.
Fair.
so we're just leaving it as,
As demonstrated on the proposed plat.
okay.
You don't have any conditions, right?
No conditions.
Okay. So we're ready for a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you want to do a motion with no conditions?
Okay.
Having reviewed the application, staff report, and all testimony presented tonight as part of the record, and based on the criteria for subdivision preliminary plat, and having found those criteria for approval are satisfied, I move to approve the preliminary plat for Nelson Meadows First Division as described in the application and staff report with no conditions.
Second.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Yeah, we have a second, yeah. And then a roll call.
Chad Sonnenay,
Yes.
Molly Dimick,
Yes.
Edward Ulrich,
Yes.
Crystal Metzen.
Yes.
And passes with a yes vote, 4-0. And off to the next one.
Perfect, thank you. Now you go.
Okay. Agenda item number 5, items of interest, staff.
Council, Hal Jensen, Planning Director, items of interest for next month. A variance for a roadway through open space, a variance for setback from 30 feet to 10 feet to build a shop, a variance to setback from 10 feet to 5 feet, 10 feet to 5 feet, side yards, etc., subdivision concept plan, another variance for setback, and then we have another subdivision concept plan for a townhouse project over in the Lava area. So next month is going to be,
Is that like 6 public hearing items?
what's that?
Does that count 6?
Yep. All public hearing, no business items, all public hearing next month.
4 of the 6 variances.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 concept plans.
Who's bringing dinner next month?
Did you say who's bringing dinner next month?
It's gonna be a long night.
We will talk with Janae and have her bring in Little Caesars, okay? It's on the record.
Sounds good. Okay.
Be $5 on the table on the way out.
Nothing else on the items of interest, okay. Time for citizen comment. We got 15 minutes for citizen comment with 3 minutes per person if you would like to speak. If anybody here would like to speak as citizens to tell us what's on your mind. Anybody? Or are you just here to listen in general? Okay, just want to make sure I don't skip over you.
Congratulations on your subdivision.
Thank you. Okay, next item is work session on the land use and development ordinance rewrite.
Okay, council, before we before we jump into this, Hal Jensen, Planning Director, I will give you a quick update on a couple of items. First is last Tuesday, Tristan and I met with Commission for the first work session of this ordinance work group. Okay? Tonight is work session with council. We have requested any comments from council to be received to this office today, but if they come in through next week, we're good with that as well. So we ask that you get them to us as soon as possible. We have received some comments from the advisory committee members, two of which are in attendance tonight, Rebecca and Des. So they have been very good at providing us information. I wanted to share an item for the public record of an email that I sent back to Rebecca Falcon relative to some concerns that she had with the process, of which I had conversation with John Radford, County Legal. So I want to have you, as well as those that are in attendance, have you be aware of where this is going to go. I won't read all of it, but I will start with my email and return to Rebecca. I appreciate your concern regarding public input. However, as a draft, this is not a public document and is protected as attorney work product on a pending matter. That said, the recommendations are noted and will be discussed and reviewed as we move closer to the public hearings. We will be developing a timeline for public hearings, additional edits as needed, and ultimately a recommendation to the commission for adoption. Okay? The reason that this is an attorney work product on a pending matter, an ordinance is driven by the commission. This office is given a task and a charge to do that work, but it's still a commission's responsibility and it is under their direction that we are working, so therefore it is under attorney and commission client privilege on a draft and a work. So this is a work session, so therefore it's not a formally publishable document, so that's why it hasn't gone to the general public. It's just council, commission, or advisory committee. Okay, so that's where it's at. And so if there's members of the public that are concerned, this is where it will go. Approximately 15 days after we have our final document, for lack of a better description, that is publishable, 15 days prior to the first public hearing, it will be released to the general public, at which time we will be seeking the general public's input. They will come to the public hearing, or prior to, they will submit their comments and their concerns, and that will all be taken under advisement, at which point we will have a public hearing with council. We will find out that we have a number of edits that we're going to have to do so that we can't make a recommendation. In my opinion, we won't be able, at that first public hearing, be able to make a recommendation to the commission. We will then take all of those from that public hearing and all of the other discussion that occurs, and we'll do another edit and schedule another public hearing. It is our hope at the second public hearing in front of the council that all edits have been accomplished and that it is a publishable document and that council can then at that point make a recommendation to the commission for adoption and resolution. If we need 3 public hearings because we continue to gain more information and more concerns that we have to address, we'll just take that under advisement with county legal and we'll go through the process. But it's not, in my opinion, it's not going to be a one and done. It's going to be a little more time consuming than we anticipate. Okay? So that said, share with me any of your comments or your concerns relative to things that you have found that you understand, don't understand, and would like clarification regarding.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm curious, and you don't have to name names on the advisory committee, but what shareholders, I guess you could call them,
Yeah.
are part of the advisory committee?
I apologize, Stuart, I do not have the list in front of me, and I don't remember who.
Okay. I was just, like, I know there's probably Fish and Game. I guess it's mostly just like who's represented. Fish and Game, I think at
Yes.
least only Fish and Game. Hopefully somebody from the two cities.
Correct.
You know, maybe builders, developers,
Yes.
surveyors, engineers, you know, all those that's all I'm
It
asking
is a
for,
very
not just
group that
specific names.
it has been sent to.
Okay.
I'm not completely sure, I believe the total list is between 12 and 15.
Oh, so it's a large group.
Very
Okay,
large.
okay, good. Okay, perfect. I submitted a whole bunch of comments.
Thank you very much. I went through them this morning at length.
Okay. Do you want me to just dive into them?
If you want to, I'm going to just go through one, just so that you're aware.
Okay.
We made a conscious choice so that you know, the word must and shall mean the same thing.
Okay, and that's fine, I just think it might need to be clarified in there that must and shall should be, because,
I wanted to make that clear
yeah,
to you since that was a concern of yours, so
yeah,
it's now on the record.
okay,
So
that makes sense.
I will leave it as the chair. I will leave it to you, Stuart, on how you would like each respective member of the council to go through their list of items. For the sake of brevity, I don't know that we have to go through all of them. I think it would be wise to go through the major items. I'm anticipating that these edits are going to be given to us. If you haven't already scanned them and can email them to us, either or, we're good with that.
Okay,
If you need us to scan them and then send and give them back to you, we can work that out at the end of the meeting.
okay. I guess, who's had a chance to look at it? That, you know, I have a little bit.
Most of mine are little, like, all of these that are flagged,
Right.
in the comment, but
I wonder
these
if-
would probably be best.
To simplify it, maybe, because if we can just maybe go through the chapters. So if we have chapter 1 with any comments, chapter 2 with any comments, chapter 3, just to simplify it.
I'm good with that, yep.
Which email address should we send to you?
Development.
Right,
I was going to say Mark.
Basic provisions
Basic
or interpretation, so probably right to chapter 3, honestly.
There, and I think that's a good idea, just going by chapter, and we could be here for 4 hours just on my comments, just so you know.
Okay.
Come on, Stuart.
Let's do it.
That's why I give them to staff ahead of time, because we don't want to go through all of mine in depth, I don't think. But we can just go through chapters. So I had a couple things in chapter 1, under 1.2B, it says support and implement the goals and policies outlined in the comprehensive plan. And I just think we should maybe add current Bannock County comprehensive plan or the current comprehensive plan.
Noted.
So everybody knows exactly which
plan.
version. And then, under 1.7, italicized terms,
Yep.
there was a word misspelled.
Yep.
Terms instead of terms. That's all. Those are only two I had in chapter 1. Chapter 2 is definitions.
Real quick,
Yes.
you can do chapter 1? Chapter 1.
I have some stuff to refer to chapter 1 on some future chapters, but not at this time.
No corrections in
Yeah,
chapter
no
1.
corrections, yeah.
Chapter 2 is definitions and interpretation of terms. So as we discussed in 2.1, shall and must, we just need to add that in there, are mandatory.
Okay.
The other thing in that same section, 5th paragraph, constructed should be construed as calendar days. And then I had, before we go into the definitions, because I have a lot of stuff in the definitions. It's like 30 pages. Does anybody else have anything in the section, in the 2.1 before definitions?
No.
Okay. Before we go through my comments on definitions, does anybody else have anything?
I don't have anything.
I have one. Definitions.
Yes,
Community water system.
yes.
Not all public water systems are community water systems per EPA's 3 different definitions. So that has the opportunity to lead to some confusion. And I printed those off here if you would like them.
Yes.
If it's not made public, right?
Okay.
Good.
We will assess that definition against this. Thank you, Molly.
Huh? Yeah, that was way over there.
Okay.
Okay. And Stuart, before we go too deep into definitions,
Yes.
at the point of clarification, all of the definitions have been taken from all of the previous ordinances and constructed. Now, many of those that you had concern about are definitions that are taken directly out of the building code.
Okay.
Okay, so some of those will stay regardless of your concern, just because it's a direct
Understood.
cross reference.
Yeah, understood.
And some of the others have been as well. For instance, when you get further into things like stormwater and you get into erosion and sediment control, et cetera, some of those things, you asked a question later, why do we have this section, et cetera? Why is Bannock County in this? For clarification, we participate in what's called the MS4, right? And a lot of that is taken directly out of that particular ordinance that was originally written by the city of Pocatello, and they are in charge of that particular component, and we are a participant, and they lead the charge.
Okay.
So that should clarify some of that as we get further into that, into the ordinance, okay?
So,
Tristan's email.
I color coded my comments for
Very
my own sanity and to help as I gave them to staff. But I think there's a lot of stuff in definitions, and we won't go through all of them, that I think can be deleted, maybe because these are my opinions. I think they're common definitions. Like the definition of a domestic animal. I think that's a pretty common definition. I don't think we need it in there. If there's a definition that is in building code, like you said, Hal, do we really need it in these definitions if it's already defined somewhere else? Does that, and that's where I was a little like.
So you're gonna, so you're more, so your thought is there's a way to simplify this by eliminating some things that are just everyday common.
That are redundant.
Correct.
But I kind of like having it in there because it will probably reduce
Any
arguments
questions,
in the
and you never
future.
know, I agree with Molly.
Well, and that's fine. Like I said, some of these are just my opinions. Like, do we need the definition of an address? I don't think so. People know what an address is.
Composting.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You would
you'd
be
be surprised.
surprised.
That's the point.
And maybe it's the way that it's defined that was confusing to me.
It's fine.
And so it's stuff like that. I don't want to go through every single thing and hash it out tonight.
So
Unless
that's,
you really want to.
From those that have provided us edits that we've had a chance to go through, thank you. We will go through each of these one by one, and we will take each one of them at their merit on whether or not we agree or disagree, and what we do or we don't eliminate, what we do or we don't edit or restructure the language. So it's not that it will fall on you ears, okay?
And that's fine. Like, for example, under address, to me, it was very, don't know where you got the definition, but it seemed very basic,
For
you
the
know,
1986 ordinance.
and which, okay, I think we can update it then.
It
Because,
is updated compared to what it was.
well,
I mean, I don't need
I
to
think people, I guess what I'm getting at is I think people generally understand that their address is their house number, their street, and the city. In general, I think you could simplify it as that. I don't think we need to go into the whole in accordance with Bannock County Rural Addressing System and all that kind of stuff, because I don't think that's necessarily relevant in that definition. If that makes sense. And so that's why a lot of them that I have as delete in blue, I think are either, in my opinion, unnecessary, or they're common items that, there's common definitions that would be more useful than defining it specific in
And
here.
this is a great example. If you'll turn to the second page, to the next page, in the Bs, Bannock County Rural Addressing System. So there's some things that we tend to have some redundancy on, and we should study that a little bit closer.
And I think, and I guess there's the definition there, and I will tell you, I spent probably 30 hours going through all this. I don't remember seeing that definition anywhere else in the ordinance. And so if it's not there, then why are we defining it? Sure. Those kinds of things.
And then the other item, by point of clarification, and Elise and Annie, who were part of the process, pretty soon you start developing tunnel vision. So that's the beauty of having all of these eyes looking at this document and helping us realize some of the pitfalls of the choices that we make without us even recognizing that.
Right.
So thank you. No, good.
One thing, under the Bs, boundary line adjustment, you talk about, it's defined boundary line adjustment, but then in the definition, you say property line adjustment. And I think they should probably be the same thing.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't define, which I think and maybe it does under, no, it doesn't. Under the short plat process, it doesn't define if a boundary line adjustment can only be done in platted subdivisions or unplatted parcels. It doesn't specifically state that in that definition, so that might need to be clarified.
Notes on this.
I saw his notes and that was on his written comments.
Okay. Thank you. Real quickly, while, for instance, we have a definition of battery storage system. It's out on the page. And it was brought to my attention that by Rebecca Falcon in her comments that, well, we don't make any reference, use chart, no ordinance section defining the plan. So we have some work to do there as well.
What else? We'll skip all the deletion things. Under the Cs, codes, covenants, and restrictions, and homeowners association are two different things. They're not the same. Because you can have CCNRs without an HOA.
Entire CCNRs to agree without having a association.
Yeah, and vice versa. You can have, well, I mean, it's not a deal.
But an HOA is gonna have a CCNR always though. aren't they?
Most likely, yes. But the definition of that are privately imposed rules
Actually,
for subdivision and enforced by the HOA. And they're not enforced by the county, but they are two. The definition is for codes, covenants, and restrictions, not.
No, for
homeowner
an HOA.
Yeah, so combining
Yeah.
those, they're not the same, so they can't be in the same definition.
Yeah.
Is what
Yeah.
basically what my comment is there.
I get that.
What else? Oh, under the C's contract, that one, I have in green for needs clarification, because I guess I don't understand, because it's an exclusive contract to recycle and recover solid waste only, is by definition, and I don't understand why that's in there.
Is that because in the solid waste chapter, it says about contract in there?
Yes.
Maybe it should be solid.
And so it's in the ordinance,
Yeah.
and so it defines what's in the ordinance.
Which, yeah, but just because my definition of contract is not specific to solid waste. So like Molly said, maybe it needs to say solid waste contract or titled something different if it's specific to the collection of solid waste. Yeah.
I just get the wording, but it refers to this document.
Yeah.
And so that's where it was used, right?
Right.
So, okay.
Right, yes. And then the definition of covenant, I think is kind of a duplicate from the code's covenants and restrictions, in my opinion. Because it's a very similar definition other than the HOA side. So I thought that could probably just be deleted.
Just one here.
Under the Ds, sorry, I'm just gonna go through these. Under the Ds, we have 4 different definitions of daycare.
Yep. And
And,
talk to the state legislature about that?
oh, okay, and
That's why they're there.
and that's why I didn't specifically highlight them, but
The state has
are
taken
these
over daycare.
definitions specifically from the
Yes.
legislature?
The
Okay.
state has taken
Okay.
over daycare. Cities, counties no longer have any to do with anything on daycare. It's all driven by the state.
Okay.
And so it now is in direct conflict with the IRC and the International Residential Code and the International Building Code. And we have taken in the building code component of this, eliminated all of that out of there and just let them, everybody, when they come in here, if they ask us all about it, our definitions are now aligned with the state and we just refer them to the state. And once they come to us for a daycare with their license in place, then we take over from there.
So, okay.
So we're not going
with-
to hear any more hearings on daycares?
Perhaps for a conditional use
Okay.
permit, but that's about it.
Okay.
So maybe, and if these definitions are specific specifically out of Idaho code, then that's one thing.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of confusion in here, I guess, because it says daycare facility is 7 or more kids, but then daycare center is 13 or more. There's nothing between 1 and 6.
We'll review it back against the statute, but just an FYI,
You know what I
they're
mean?
not going to be removed.
And that's fine, and that's why I have them kind of squigglied over on the side, but then I do have comments in there to maybe clarify some of those definitions, if they're not gonna go anywhere.
Yep.
I think and I know this is straight out of the current ordinance definition, and I don't agree with it, that's why I put it in blue under develop and development. I don't agree with fences for residential lots, utilities, fencing for other than ag as development.
Okay.
Because the way I read that is, I can't put a fence around my property without a development right. And if I've already used my development right, then I can't do any of that.
Okay.
So, what else?
Okay.
I think you have an
You have any?
E.
E?
Yeah.
Okay.
Said I didn't have any more, but I changed my mind.
Okay, okay, under some of these are ones I'll skip. Under the E's, egress, the definition, if it's gonna stay, the definition of egress. I guess that one's okay. Maybe it's ingress that was a little weird. One of them is the right to do it, and the other one is actually has the right definition.
Okay.
Yeah, ingress says the right or permission to enter, which is not the definition of ingress.
That is correct, and that is generated by the code enforcement. And that's where that comes from.
The right?
Yeah, that's where that comes from. So we have a conflict relative to ingress, relative to traffic, et
Okay.
cetera, versus ingress to be able to.
The right for action.
So we'll go through that. We'll go through that and clarify that. That's a good catch. Thank you.
Verb versus noun.
Okay. What was your E?
Engineer. I would propose that go beyond just civil engineer, because based on the deliverable, it could be architectural, structural, environmental, or geological.
As a comment, Molly, the state of Idaho does not restrict. If you're a licensed engineer, outside of probably structural, even a civil engineer is allowed to do up to a 4-story structure.
But I mean, in this definition, an engineer has to be a civil engineer.
Oh. Okay.
So I would recommend that we broaden that.
Licensed engineer,
Civil engineer, so it'd be
Yeah, or
C,
licensed
D.
engineer, experienced in the field of whatever they're working on.
Well, and that's one that I think can just be deleted because the term engineer is defined in Idaho code.
Yeah.
Same with surveyor. That definition, the right to do that is defined by Idaho code. So I think if it's gonna stay, it can just say
Just leave the first sentence.
the first sentence and that's it. A person is licensed by the state of Idaho to practice engineering. Yeah.
agreed.
If it's gonna stay.
Yep, it'll stay. That works.
I'm gonna skip some of the ones I want deleted. Government lot, under G's, that definition is wrong, just so you know. They are not technically pieces of land which were not included in the original surveys.
Do you have a definition we can reference?
I will get you one, yes.
Thank you.
And it needs to move to GO comes before GR.
Yes.
Okay.
Under historic structure, I don't know, that one was, I had a question there. It's very broad, and so I thought maybe it should be more specific to just Idaho, because it's talking about Secretary of the Department of Interior and
So real
all
quickly,
this stuff.
real quickly, this is a carryover from the old ordinance. And in the 80s into the 90s, there was a lot of focus put on historic structures. So that's a carryover. We will analyze that closer on what becomes more applicable and makes more sense.
Okay. Under the I's, the Idaho Stream Channel Alteration Permit, I think that definition is the U.S. Army Corps Joint Permit, is what the intent is. Because if you're changing streams or doing anything in a stream, you have to do the Army Corps Joint Permit, which goes to Army Corps, IDWR, and DQ, I believe.
Okay.
So,
We'll look that up and see what we find.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Under illegal discharge, right below that,
Yes,
It says discharge to the storm drain system.
we
But
have,
what system are we talking about?
we have some of those in the county, inside the MS4. Yeah,
Okay,
that's where that's driven.
so it's the,
The illegal discharge and the illicit connections discharge, those two definitions come from that statute, or the ordinance that was given to us that we followed from City of
Okay.
Pocatello,
okay.
which is a federal program.
Yeah, I guess it says the storm drain system, and so I don't know if that needs to be more specific to what system are we talking about, because City of Pocatello has their own system. Chubbuck doesn't really have a system, they're kind of development specific, and so that's why I just wanted to make sure if that needs to be clarified. If there's a specific system in the county that we're talking about, because it's very, very broad, the way it's written.
Wouldn't that be because of this document that's for Bannock County? So anything that's under control of Bannock County that's not under.
But the county doesn't,
Chubbuck.
as far as I understand, I guess, the county does not maintain a storm drain system. And that's the way I read that, is they're talking
Real quick,
as a municipal system.
there are some parts and pieces that are within the county that I have to create, as well as road and bridge, a maintenance program.
Okay, and that's fine,
So
that's
it's there.
what I needed clarification
I
on.
would leave it
because-
general and broad rather than specific,
Okay.
only because of, like I said, we have parts and pieces, and it's always ongoing as we work through those reports, et cetera, that we do with the other entities.
Okay. And that's fine, that was one thing I just needed clarification on.
Okay.
We'll skip to the L's, under land disturbing activity, all of it makes sense except for landscaping. Landscaping seems like I don't know why.
Now, the one is driven by the city of Pocatello.
Within not the city of Pocatello, how?
Within the MS4.
Oh, because of that
Yep.
permit? Oh, okay. Fine. All right, so you can ignore a lot of these things. Under L's legal description, the first two words, a surveyor, or three words, a surveyor's identification of the property, that's 5 words, I'm sorry. Surveyors are not the only ones that can write legal descriptions. So that,
Do you need to add whoever else has that ability to do that?
anybody can. Yeah,
So we would take the first sentence off and start with, there are 4 types of legal descriptions.
I think honestly that whole definition can just say the identification of property adequate for transferring title under Idaho law. That can be the definition of a legal description. Because how that is done specifically sometimes is dictated by title companies or the assessors on it, if they will accept the legal description as it's currently written.
Okay. I put a note, review with legal. I just need to ask a question of that, just as an FYI.
Okay.
But noted, and thank you.
If the rest of that is going to stay on the 4 types of legal descriptions, the government lot it's defined twice. It's defined here and as a government lot.
Okay.
So I think it just needs to be defined once. And then under number 4, aliquot parts. Aliquot parts can go all the way down to 1.5 acres. So they're not just halves or fourths of a section. They can go way smaller than that. Or 2.5 acres, sorry. They can go to 2.5 acres. some of the definitions of lot were, I thought it would come off. Reverse frontage lot, that definition seems a little weird to me. The second half of it. And I don't know what a reverse corner lot is, I've never heard of that before. Go ahead.
M1 before we get to M's.
Okay. I do have some M's. Well, let me back up. There's stormwater, or not the stormwater, the FEMA stuff. Is that before the solar, the alternative energy? FEMA. I was thinking that some of these definitions, like lowest adjacent grade, no, it's not, okay. I would, for a second, I was thinking that lowest adjacent grade was defined in both sections. But it's not. Maintenance, I think if it's specific for stormwater, I think it should probably be defined as stormwater maintenance. The definition to me is specific to stormwater facilities. And
Same with the one below it.
yeah, the maintenance agreement, it maybe help me understand why it's a deed restriction.
Once again, the city of Pocatello, according to the MS4, federally mandated.
Okay. There's some definitions in here, like the next one down, manufactured home. There's a reference to Idaho code.
Yes.
If that definition is that code, do we need the reference to Idaho code? Or can we just say manufactured home as defined by Idaho code? Because I guess my comment is, you have a specific code reference in there, but what if for some reason that code reference changes in Idaho code? Then now that doesn't, there's conflicting stuff there. Going down to master plan community. The first part of that says as defined in chapter 3, section 6.17. If it's defined there, why are you defining it here?
And on that one, it says 750 acres, and then 6.17, it says 640.
Yeah, that one was done when we made that change in existing ordinance. Thank you for that catch, we missed it.
I believe we had a topic on that, and we actually passed it for a plus or minus like 5% of the acreage.
Yeah.
So does that need to be put in there?
Was that for him specifically, or was that an ordinance?
Well, it wasn't for them specifically, but it was kind of, we give and take, right? So we give them that, they were, what, 20 acres short or something like that?
I just don't remember if the action item was an ordinance revision or a.
Yes.
I don't remember.
Okay.
It was an ordinance review.
Yeah, the 640, I remember, was an ordinance revision. But I understand what you're saying. There was a little bit of leeway, and I don't know if that leeway was written in ordinance though. Or if that was just an internal policy.
We'll go back and look at it.
So, but yeah, if that's written in, if that was our intent, then it should be written in ordinance. Yeah,
For sure.
Let's skip over. Oh, no, under mean sea level, Datum is italicized, which means there's a definition, but there is no definition for datum in the definitions. And I believe it says the National Geodetic vertical datum of 1929 or other datums such as NAVD 88 for the NFIP, but the NFIP uses both. Just depends on how new the maps are. And so I think it should say this one or this one instead of this or others like this one.
Yeah, makes sense. Now that you bring that up, I understand that. Okay.
Metal containers. This is just another one of those things that I think should be deleted, but if it's gonna stay, maybe some specific size restrictions there on what's considered a metal container and what might not be from the ordinance standpoint.
From what I understand, the ordinance doesn't matter the size is regardless.
Well, if I have a 3x3 metal box, that's a metal container based on this
Yeah, so
definition.
So it's the tax assessment, they'll tax you at 3x3 or the 300 by 300, so
And
it's
I just,
still a metal box.
I agree on the confusion, because that definition does not point you to structure or building,
right,
which helps determine the requirements for those. So if I only read that one, I'd be like, cool, I don't need a permit. So,
But you'd be reading the definition, if you go into the ordinance or the proposed ordinance and find, you're going through here, what the heck they talk about metal container? Then you come back here to the definitions, okay, this is what they're talking about.
I think for clarity, it might help if it says like C structure, if we're gonna consider all connexes structures, which are therefore buildings.
well, and it says, so it's designed and constructed out of metal for the storage and transport of cargo, temporary facilities, and equipment housing. So if I have a metal container that I can move around to job sites or something, but then it says it includes, but is not limited to these things, but when I look at those things, I'm thinking very large scale, like a connex, like something that is almost immovable, not something I can throw in the back of my pickup truck. Because I think those are two completely different things.
So we should have the definition for connex and not for
From
metal buildings.
from an ordinance standpoint, the county can't restrict me from the metal box that I use to haul equipment in the back of my truck, but they can restrict me on the metal container that I use to store things on my
Planning and
property.
development has nothing to do with the back of your truck.
I know, that's what I'm saying, that's why I think that needs more
So
clarification.
this is planning and development ordinance, so
Yeah,
that's where
that's
the
why,
reference.
that's why it needs more clarification. That's what I'm saying.
I get that, maybe this is back to the address thing, to me that makes perfect sense, but maybe to some it doesn't. You know what I mean? So, yeah, this makes perfect sense what they're talking about, metal container. No different than address is what you're saying, it should make perfect sense, but maybe it's not to everybody.
It's not to me, I can tell you that, on this one.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Under minor division, I don't think I have it in blue to take out, but minor divisions is also italicized in that definition. So it's basically referencing back to itself, which I don't think needs to be done, if that one's gonna stay. The one below that, I think you can take out because it basically says, here's what it is, but we don't do that anymore. So if we don't do it anymore, why are we referencing it? Why are we defining it? Under modular building, same comment on that Idaho code reference. municipal sewer, I think, I understand the definition, but I also think that if we're gonna define that, because you can have, like Molly said, you can have a community water system and a public water system, and you can do the same with sewer. You could have a community sewer system, or you have the city or municipal sewer system. And I think for the intent of the ordinances in the planning and development, like the planning and construction, I think the intent is not just municipal sewer. Is that correct?
Change it to public?
Well, that MS4 is like a very commonly used term.
Is that in the MS4 as well?
I mean, that is, like MS4 is
Sorry,
like.
municipal sewer. I'm on page 29, top of 29.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the
Sorry.
municipal separate.
So you're saying a public sewer, is that what you're saying?
So like, if I connect to the city sewer system, that's a municipal sewer system.
Mhm.
But I can create a development, a subdivision that has their own, out in the country, that has their own sewer system that is not municipal. Because it's not.
Owned by the HOA.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
owned
yeah, I
and
get it,
maintained.
yeah, yeah.
So and I don't know I don't know if that term is public sewer system or community sewer system. I don't know what that would be.
Municipal, the last sentence explains it, well, service
No,
managed by
and
government.
I understand, but I think because like, even in current ordinance, if you connect to, I think it actually says city sewer, is that how it's written?
Current ordinance says if you connect to a system equivalent to.
Equivalent to city sewer, then you can go to, your lot sizes change, your density can change. So I think that's the intent of the definition, is for that, so that if you have, if you connect to a municipal, quote unquote, municipal
Yeah,
system,
yeah.
you can have smaller lot
Yeah,
sizes.
yeah, I get that part.
So that's what I'm saying, there's,
Mhm.
the definition, the way it reads is perfect, but because, for the intent of
Because
the
it may
ordinance.
be an HOA
Exactly.
with a community septic system or treatment plan or
Right.
whatever,
It just
which
might
takes
need
it
to
out
be-
of a government agency. Yeah,
Exactly.
I get it,
Yeah.
So maybe just add a definition for a private sewer system or.
Something, yeah. I personally don't think North Arrow needs to be identified or defined.
I'd be surprised about that.
I was right, you missed that sewer.
North Arrow?
But you don't think that's
That's
pretty proprietary symbol?
What's that?
You don't think that's a pretty proprietary symbol?
No. It's already defined in, well, it's not defined in Iowa code.
It's common knowledge on what it is and what its intent is used for.
Yeah.
Okay.
The notice of intent, right below that, is not filed with the EPA anymore. It's filed with DEQ.
Idaho DEQ.
Yep. I told you, I went through this very detailed.
Come on, Molly, you were supposed to catch that one.
But I actually worked on one of those.
On the next page, page 30, open space definition, why are we defining something that's defined in the 1997 ordinance? If it's proposed to go away.
Yeah, if it's going away, can we take that one out?
Under owner, couple down, I think place of business and business establishment are the same thing, in my opinion. I use them interchangeably, or I think I define them the same.
Yep.
Under, I think the definition of parking lot can be deleted. But right above that parcel of record it says a subdivided lot for purposes of further subdivision is not considered a parcel of record. And I guess help me understand what that means.
that related to the new way of doing the short plat?
I don't think so.
I think that is to help with development rights and how to process whether a parcel has development rights or not.
But a subdivided lot for purposes of further subdivision is not a parcel of record. Help me understand what that means. So if I create a subdivision that has a 20-acre parcel lot that I'm going to replat in the future, that 20-acre parcel is not a parcel of record. I cannot build on it. I can't sell it as an individual parcel.
So based on the current definitions that we have in our ordinance, that definitions talks about, it's currently a lot of record. So that tells us that if it's not in a platted subdivision and it was created before that date, then it is a lot of record. If it's a platted subdivision, it's just a platted subdivision and that's what you go off of. So this is help breaking apart the difference between the platted subdivision and surveyed land.
So I guess I don't understand, because a subdivided lot, was that, or I guess, maybe that's the definition. There's not a definition specifically for subdivided lot. There's a definition for subdivide, but not subdivided lot. And to me, you're,
Second sentence needs to be.
Okay, we'll work on that one.
There's additional information is in that section of the subdivision ordinance relative to lot of record. Okay.
under planned unit development, I think where it says PUD in parentheses and then PUD down in the definition just need to match, whether they have periods or not.
Yep.
Under pollution, and it says discharge of any pollutant into the airstream or waters of the United States. But then the rest of that is specifically talking about water pollution, not air pollution. And I don't know if airstream in that sense is one word, or if it should be two words. Usually if we take 5-minute break. Or at least I will.
It's one word if we have lots of money in the truck.
That, when I saw it word, or spelled that way, that's what I know.
I'm just a little bit here money because they've got 18 stock and it'll,
That's fine.
I'll just pass this one.
All right.
Can you mute it?
Without. I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine.
That's not bad.
Okay.
Stuart, since you have sent over your information via email, do you just want those part of the packet on the next meeting?
I'm totally fine with that, yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
And so with that, we'll kind of skip through a lot of these other things, just a couple things real quick though. Under record of survey, and I think it's in the body side. Engineers cannot prepare records of survey.
So take out engineer and leave it as
Just
licensed surveyor.
a licensed surveyor. Yep. So we can skip over a lot of these, because I had a lot of comments on definitions and then the use table. The other thing, I know this definition is straight out of current code, but based on the definition that's in here, under replat, it says a replat would be required if there are amendments to codes, covenants, and restrictions. But the definition of codes, covenants, and restrictions they're not governed by the county. So
They're governed by the
if they're not governed by the county, why would amendments to those require a replat if lot lines and stuff are not changing? So,
We will have counties to go review that one.
Yeah, as a comment, I don't know where that comes from any statute, et cetera, at all, so.
other than it's in the current ordinance, I guess.
Current ordinance, so we'll do some legwork to find out why, and if so, we'll.
Which, if that's the case, I can tell you, probably half the subdivisions in the county are in violation, which should have had no replat.
Okay.
Okay, we'll skip things. I had some comments under signs. The 4 definitions of signs, I think blade sign and wall sign are very similar in definition, the way they're defined. Basically, a blade sign is a flat sign on the face of the building, and then a wall sign is, by definition, a sign attached to the exterior wall of the building.
In my mind, a blade sign would be a traffic sign. Think about a stop sign, think about a yield sign, et cetera, railroad crossing.
Which, yeah, so if that's the case, the definition in here would not coincide with that.
Correct. Got it. Yeah, change, just make another change. Okay. Wall sign makes sense for changing the wall sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sketch plan, I think you should change to site plan. Because I think in other parts of ordinance, you reference site plan, not sketch plan.
That's correct.
For clarification, I believe site plan is used for when we're doing building permits. Sketch plan is used when we're doing subdivision, if I remember how we wrote it correctly.
I think all your alternative energy stuff says site plan,
Okay,
for sure.
okay.
On page 36, the definition of surveyor, that should match the definition of engineer, that's same verbiage, which we already talked about. Under utility installation. You have a tower. I'm assuming that means a tall distribution tower
Correct.
and not a traditional power pole.
That's correct.
Okay.
Referring specifically to the lines that are adjacent to the transfer station outside of there.
Okay, yeah, the big distribution lines, yeah, okay. On the next page, 38, you have wind turbine height, and then just says see total wind turbine height. I think one of those can go away, if you're just gonna reference the other one. And then I think the definitions of yard, it's another one of those that I think is either common or everybody has their own definition of yard, I guess. And I guess if you're gonna define what the yard is, which is the area between the lot line, well, I guess I would argue the definition of yard, the area between any lot line and the setback required therefrom. That means if it's a 10-foot setback, then you only have a 10-foot yard. But to me, the yard is from the property line to the structure. That's the way I define the yard. And so
Front, side, rear, doesn't matter. It's property line to the structure.
it's property line to the structure.
Agreed.
Yard is the property less the structure.
Yeah.
There you go.
And so to define yard and then front yard, rear yard, side yard, I think is redundant or too much.
I think you can put it all in yard with your statement, and then reference in sentence 2, this is the same as side, front, rear.
Or something along those
Yeah,
lines.
so that you don't have 4 definitions for the same
Or
thing.
the area, yeah, however you want to do that. Anyways. We didn't go through all of my comments and definitions.
Molly, you had a comment when we were talking earlier about 0 lot line, that definition. You're talking about the chart
Yeah, I
having
was
the
more
0
looking
lot line
at
in that
the
definition.
zero
Yeah, that,
in that table.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get there when we get to that chapter.
there, okay. But that's the definition for what you were asking.
Zero lot line is setback in which the structures may be placed up to the edge of the property line, period.
Yeah.
Driven by the building.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, that's all of chapter 2. And we made it through chapter 2. Perfect. Chapter 3.
8 more to go.
Okay. 1.1, couple things there. We have ag residential, but that ag residential is not defined in section 2 of chapter 3.
That will come up.
Okay. And then, if I remember right, there's, 2.6 is multiple use, but multiple use is in the district name table.
I
And
have
you,
that written down too. And same with master planned community. Both of those need to be in there.
where's most of them?
Because in the old ordinance, that was discussed under the zoning, master planned community zoning. I
Oh,
think that's that 640 acre. And it is discussed later in chapter 6, but I didn't know if that was like a zone.
Don't have an absolute answer, that's one of those which is an exception to a respective zone. It's more like almost an overlay as opposed to its own separate zone.
Okay.
I believe, I'm not absolute on how we define them all, but that's the direction that I would go.
But will multiple use, does that one belong in this?
Multi-use is gonna get added back in.
so with that being said, how, where the master plan community is kind of an overlay, and I didn't address this, when we were talking about definitions, that we have receiving area, receiving parcels, sending area, sending parcels. And in that definition, it says it's a zone.
Yeah, no, we'll read it. I made some notes this morning regarding that to myself after reading that I think clarifies it on how we would make the respective changes to make it clear.
Okay.
Frank, it.
On the very top of page 42, it says legal lines such as property lines, lot lines, or subdivision boundaries. I think property lines should be parcel lines. Because a lot line, subdivision line, parcel line, they're all property lines. In my book.
Okay.
Under 2.1, agricultural zoning, this is just one of those definition things. Maybe instead of should be shall. I don't know if that's the intent there.
I'll review that with,
Because should says preferred, which means,
I have to go back and recreate that conversation.
I think the intent is agricultural should preserve farmlands. It doesn't always, depending on where it's at.
Let us go back and recreate the conversation about why that choice of word was made, and then we'll report back to you.
okay.
Okay, just as an FYI.
Because if we change them to shall and someone comes to do a rezone, you cannot rezone them to that zone if that says a shall preserve farmland and they are not preserving farmland.
Okay.
If they're not
So-
meeting those points.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
There's a number of items that have been extremely difficult in the old ordinance because of the absolutism. And we've tried to maintain as much as possible, but also have some flexibility. So there's been a reason why we've chosen particular words. I'll need to review that and try to recreate that conversation, because that's been a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Well, and that does make sense what Elisa's saying, and so it might be the right, probably is the right word, just when I was reviewing it, that's what I wrote down. Another thing real quick, under agricultural, number 2, quarter section or government lot shall be equivalent to a 40-acre parcel. To me, well, one, government lots are typically not 40-acre parcels. They're bigger or smaller, but the way that's written is it has to be a 40-acre parcel because of the word shall. I think you should just say a quarter section or government lot will be equivalent to a 40-acre parcel, or something along those lines, that it equals a 40-acre parcel whether it is or not. Because is considered a 40-acre parcel, or something along those lines. Yeah.
For instance, you will have something along the riverbank that the government platted years ago that is probably only 34 acres because of the way the land configuration, but it is considered quote unquote a government lot.
And there's some that are only 2 acres along the rivers and stuff like that too,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Okay.
I won't go through all of my other comments there, but starting in that section, we have 2.1 and then jumps to 2.3.
It's formatting.
And so,
We didn't worry about formatting because once
Okay.
we finish all of our edits, it's being shipped out to be formatted.
oh, okay,
We are not going to do the formatting internally in the office,
okay,
just so that you're aware.
okay. Under commercial general and industrial, it talks city water and sewer services, and I think that just needs to change to public water and sewer, or community water and sewer, something along those lines. Or something that doesn't restrict them to be only
Yeah.
having to connect to city. It could be,
Yeah, if there's not a city to connect to, we don't want to restrict them from being able to do it.
right, if they're willing to fork out the infrastructure to do their own. Under industrial, and maybe this is just a, help me understand this, because when I read it, it didn't quite make sense. On the third sentence there, it says separation from residential or commercial zones to minimize land use conflicts. And I was thinking,
What separation are they looking for? It's not defined, right?
well, I think it should ensure these activities are located in areas where, with appropriate infrastructure, access, and separation from residential or commercial zones. But in my mind, commercial and industrial are very similar. And so I think that the intent is that industrial should be separated from residential and recreational, not residential and commercial, because the way that reads is basically you can't have industrial anywhere because you're gonna touch commercial or residential no matter where you are.
Or try to separate it. So an industrial, though, it could be, let's say, a chemical processing plant next to a truss manufacturing plant, which would be zoned commercial, and then you have industrial. You don't want those two together.
So the use chart would separate those, what's allowed in each zone.
Yeah, but I think an industrial zone and a commercial zone in general terms can be next to each other.
They're more compatible.
They're more compatible,
More
yeah.
compatible than-
But residential and recreation are not compatible with industrial, so we want to separate industrial from those, not the way it's worded where it's residential or commercial zones.
I mean, they know.
So,
I would think that too, but they don't.
under multiple use, the end of that first sentence says mixed residential and non-residential. I would change the word development to uses. And then in that same section under B, said zone designation, says zoning designation of parcel shall be determined based on surrounding uses and or zoning, or existing zoning. Doesn't say who is doing that designation. Under recreation, well, this is kind of general under all the zones, that I believe the statement that smaller lots may be proposed when connecting to public water and sewer should be included in all zones. Again, if they're willing to pay for that infrastructure, why not let them go smaller?
5 acres.
Or whatever the acreage is, yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping we could discuss a bit why the minimum went from 1 to 5.
On recreational, because we've eliminated open space. So right now, if you were to look at Latin Ranches or Thunder Mountain, et cetera, all those subdivisions, they took X amount of property and 50% of it has been used for open space and they're eliminating lots. We're eliminating open space, so therefore, the area of 5 acres is contained in 1 acre plus the additional area of the open space. Without the open space, it's just 5 acres.
I kind of followed.
What does that do for lots that are already split out in that? It's grandfathered, right?
Yeah.
So, let's see, that was just a comment that smaller lots may be proposed, because I think there's only 2 zones that, well, besides multiple use, Recreational and RR don't have that statement of small lots may be proposed to be connected to city water and sewer.
As a comment, we don't anticipate outside of perhaps the lava area that there would be any infrastructure relative to our.
Which, and I understand that, but that, say you had a developer come in for some reason, that's willing to put in a community water and sewer system. Based on the way the ordinance is written, they're still stuck at that minimum lot size no matter what.
Okay.
But if they're willing to connect or build that infrastructure or extend the city infrastructure to them, why not allow them to go smaller? Especially if they're in an area where they can't reasonably rezone to RS to allow that.
Yeah, what comes to mind for me is the city of England didn't want to expand the water system, so therefore we made that subdivision. They had to increase the size of their lots so they could accommodate something of water. But if the developer decided, okay, it's not feasible to tie to the city of England, but we can build our own at the tail end of it. I mean, it's all hypothetical right now, but I understand what Stuart's trying to say. Why hamstring them now if they have deep pockets and want to do that?
Which would be our response to them, then go annex. If they have that proximity, we would literally tell them, go annex.
Well,
Because that's what the area of city impact has been negotiated to and why.
I guess my point is, if they're that close to the city, yes, but if they, and I guess I'm thinking kind of North County a little bit, you know, north of Chubbuck, there's some areas out there that are zoned RR. And if there was a developer that came in and said, well, I want to go to 1 acre lots, and I'm willing to put in a community water and community sewer system out here off of Reservation Road, it's cheaper for him to do that than extend city of Chubbuck sewer 4 miles out to him.
Exactly. That's what my thought was.
So that, I guess that's where I'm thinking, he can't annex, he's too far away.
Correct. And which is where we get into the concept of sprawl and leapfrogging. And we're trying to force, literally, on the record, we're trying to force development closer to the cities of that type of nature, period. Bar none. And
I understand
And we
that.
now, for all intents and purposes, we're in the process of removing that more dense in more rural areas. So that's why.
So,
We'll have additional conversation about it.
okay.
Because that
I guess I look at that as very similar to some of these other zones like industrial and light industrial and some of those things that are in areas that they maybe can't connect to city sewer, but you're telling them that if they can, then go smaller lots if they connect. To me, those uses are very similar to the RR. They're kind of out on the outskirts a little bit, for the most part, away from cities. But we're giving them the ability to go smaller lots if they connect or create a public system. But why are we not willing to do that for residential uses as well? I guess is my only thing. So I think we either need to include it into all of them or only include it in a couple of them.
But if you have a light industrial, it'll technically be a warehouse of some sort, and there'll be, if they had to do their own water and septic, that's one septic. During 5 days a week, they're using that, versus putting 20 homes in a 20-acre parcel and so even with like recreational, say if they wanted to put their own in, I don't know where the hell that's going, it's ridiculous.
And I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Depending on the business use, residential would probably use and
That's right,
create
use
more
create more.
than a normal business.
Mhm.
But it also depends on the type of business too.
Which
If
would
you have a
be-
business that has 30 employees, 5 days a week, they're gonna use more water
Yeah,
and generate more waste
manufacturing plant or something like
than
that.
a single family home,
Yeah.
or even multiple single family homes. kind of thing. And so it does depend, and that's why I'm trying to figure out the best way to somewhat make it fair for everybody in all zones, to be able to go to smaller, higher density, if they are willing to put in the infrastructure, or pay for that infrastructure to extend to them, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Does going to a higher density match the intent of residential rural? Says it should support a quiet countryside lifestyle.
Well, no, but, so if that's the case, then should we allow it in RS?
RS zones are adjacent, typically adjacent where city services are available.
I'm kind of playing devil's advocate a little bit, and I understand that.
I think it's a good point that you're making because of the fact that, I don't know how many of you guys have driven up towards Park City in the last while, and again, we're comparing apples to oranges, but there's now multifamily homes all the way up the mountain to the ski resort, and they've had to rezone, which I'm sure at one point comes to agricultural, but I mean, that sprawl has happened there, where exactly what you're talking about is you just don't ever know what. And in our county, I think there is the potential to have people come in and decide, hey, we want to try to put some density in some places that right now we can't.
I kind of feel like it's different for a reason.
As a comment, I don't believe the county is a place that we should be looking for density.
I agree with you, Hal.
I'm just,
And so that's why we've structured it the way that we have.
okay.
I think
Within a
it's
city, in an area city, in fact, you have city density. Outside of that, you have residential suburban, which is a little bit less dense, so 1 acre lots. You get further out, you're now talking a very rural environment, so 5 acres. And once we get beyond that, we have potentials of other concepts of ag, etc.
Yeah.
So that's the general idea about what's driving this. The other component, I need to step back. I didn't have the clarity at the time, so I would like to go back and visit with Molly's concern and her understanding of rec. When the rec zone was put together and those subdivisions were developed, those were originally intended for people to recreate on. They
That's
were
right.
not intended to be developed subdivisions with houses, period, which took place in the 70s and 80s.
Yep.
When they put them together, they put the houses densely on 1 acre lots. But then they have a large area of open space. If you were to take the open space and the 1 acre lots and take the total number of lots and divide it across the gross of the property, you're going to find that they were 5 acre lots.
A minimum 5 acre lots.
Yes. And so we're looking to push that development back and eliminate open space as a mechanism to do what's been occurring within the county.
More dense housing, basically, it's,
Then one of the items, and I don't have a problem with it other than we have had comment come back to us, is that we are seeing leapfrogging, we are seeing some components of sprawl, and open space was the mechanism that allowed that. And so we're trying to pull it back to city, residential suburban, residential rural, and continue to become less dense the further out we move in those areas.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So less allowance for that averaging of the
Yep.
space. That makes sense.
Okay.
Which is a little bit, this is an FYI, it's a little bit in conflict with where we know the actual sweet spot in the market for larger lots is at 2.5 acres.
Yep.
I mean, literally, that's, it used to be 5 acres, but with where society is now and schedules and just where life is, it's more difficult unless you're literally committed to that 5 acres and you're doing a hobby farm or you're doing a large garden or growing, you know, it's that people are more interested in 2.5 acres than they are 5.
They have their space, but they can still maintain it.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway,
Okay.
we had to come to some conclusion on where those lines were drawn, and we made the choice to go to the 5 acres because of some of the other components of protection of the water, etc. Okay?
So, okay, so one additional comment on the smaller lots. Should, especially for the residential side, like the RS, says smaller lots may be proposed when connecting, but it doesn't say how small
Our current ordinance
you're
doesn't
willing.
say.
I know, and I'm just wondering if that should be in there, like, if you're in the county, but you're willing to connect like Westfield Estates, right? They chose to do half-acre lots there. They could have probably gone smaller.
It could have gone to a quarter.
Yeah.
And so, do we want to put quarter-acre lots maybe up, or, you know, as small as this can be proposed if you connect? In specifically the RS zone.
I have a note, so yes, we'll have that conversation.
Okay.
Part of it comes from, when we do that, we have, I wouldn't say we have greater clarity for creating the development agreement between the city, the county, and the developer. But if we're to that point, once again, our position from the county, from this department, will be, you go down the process of annexation. We are no longer doing city-developed subdivisions in the county. We have found that is too difficult because there are too many Ts that aren't crossed and Is dotted without a really, really tight development agreement. And our attitude is, if that's what you want to do, then annex it and go work with the city. If you're going to develop to their standards, then work with the city.
Right, okay,
Okay?
that works. Under special lands,
Hang on, I want to touch just on the RR and RS. So if I understand correctly, so let's say RR, the minimum lot size is 5 acres. So there's not a subdivision ordinance any longer in this new one, if I understand right. So that's where open space takes us out of it. So RR is 5 acre parcels, period.
Yep.
Okay. And then you go to RS. So, which you commented, which it is generally located fairly close to, like, municipal services, close, not always, but close. I hear lots of complaints, or concerns, I should say, about 1 acre lots with individual wells and septics. And so I'm just throwing it out there, and you just talked about 2.5 acres, but I just thought maybe a side note to think about 2.5 acre lots minimum with individual well and septic, and then smaller if you could tie to city services. I just,
For RS.
yeah, for RS. And so that's just a suggestion. We, especially South County, we are dry. There is no water out there. That's just, this year is especially dry. And a lot of those places that are zoned RS might be across I-15, or one way or the other, they can't connect to a city service, so they're gonna stay RS. So they're gonna pack houses in their 1 acre lots up on the labyrinth. And every one of them's gonna punch a well. And this is predominantly South County. It's a little different once you hit the State Plains out here, you know. So that's just a concern. But I see lots of comments all over the place about that, so.
Okay?
so on those same lines, from my experience developing subdivision plans with 1 acre lots, the sweet spot for getting your separation between well and septic is 1.25 acres or bigger. And so and then on the flip side of that is RS, like you said, is close to the city, probably gonna get annexed. A 1 acre lot inside city limits to infill is very hard to do when they build their house in the dead center of it. And so you have all this, and Chubbuck's a very prime example of that. They got these long skinny 2 acre lots and the house is in the middle of it up at the road, and nobody's using the back, but you don't have access to it. So it just sits there as dead space. So I get where Chad's coming from, is even from that standpoint, if that property ever got annexed into the city, it's easier to infill a larger lot than it is a 1 acre lot.
So let me also share with you one of the problems that we have with the current ordinance, okay? It says that if you are in the residential suburban zone and you are within the area of city impact, your lot will be 5 acres and will be deed restricted from further development. What sense is, tell me how that works. If somebody just, as Stuart just described, now we have a house, a development in the middle of 5 acres that's in the residential suburban zone adjacent to a city, and it's deed restricted, and the guy that put the deed restriction on the property is now deceased. Who's going to remove the deed restriction? You now have 5 acres that is deed restricted for all intents and purposes in perpetuity. Those are some of the drivers that we've been.
Yeah, I know, I understand that. My concern is the resources. Especially in South County, we're dry as a bone out there. Even on wet years, we're dry as a bone. And everybody's punching wells.
We'll have to do a study on what the zoning map shows.
And most of the RS is coming out of McCammon, really.
McCammon, Downey, and Everett.
And just,
And
for the growth
And
is.
it's been reduced, we anticipate to potentially reduce that as we go through the zoning map. But that's not going to be part of this conversation.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Under special lands, just a couple things. State Department of Fish and Game doesn't own lands. It's Idaho Department of Lands. That's in the first paragraph.
Yep.
And in number 4, under, D4. And then in number 3, U.S. Forest Service lands, permitted uses are limited to those authorized by the Forest Service. I wonder if that should just say federal law, very similar to number 2, where it says permitted, authorized by BLM under federal law. Very similar wording on those.
Yeah, you have that in your notes, correct?
I do, yep. We can move down. Under setbacks, under 3.2, that title there should be road right of way, and then in the table, it says from ROW, but it doesn't, we don't have ROW up above to know that that's really what ROW means in right of way.
So put ROW in parentheses in the title so that they know that that's what the abbreviation stands for.
Yes.
Okay, got it?
In the next table, it says type of structure, and then farm animal is italicized. But you go to the definition of farm animal, and it's the actual animal, not the structure. So what is a farm animal structure? And that's just for clarification. Under 3.4, type of waterway, you have a canal, rivers, lakes, and flowing streams. But what about intermittent streams? Is that a concern? And then under canal setback, I think it should say 20 from easement / right of way, because the Fort Hall canals are right of ways.
Good.
Well, they define them as right of ways, but they're technically easements because they don't own the property, but it is a federal irrigation right of way by definition. And they will clarify that with you any chance they get if you get it wrong. So
And on that
Just-
3.4 table, in the updated version of Lotus, they are trying to get rid of ephemeral.
They are?
So maybe
Okay.
floating makes sense.
Okay. Exceptions to minimum setbacks. 3.5 under C. I think it's a little odd that we identify clotheslines.
You don't have a
and
clothesline
hedges.
in your backyard?
I do not. Well, especially my front yard, because it's talking about that it obstructs sight visibility at intersections or driveways. I definitely am not gonna put my clothesline in the front yard. So I think it can just say something along the lines of,
Except in South County.
I was gonna go there.
I think it can just say something along the lines that things, there's exceptions as long as they don't obstruct sight visibility at intersections or driveways.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to specify certain things, because like the driveway in your setback, to me, that's common sense.
Yeah, we'll take clotheslines out.
It's probably from back in the 76 version or whatever.
51 version.
But if
And the
that's,
T-post, they cemented to the ground, that's how I grew up with it.
The version before tires.
and then hedges, maybe just change it to landscaping if that's gonna stay.
Okay.
Um,
There's an entire generation that doesn't know what a clothesline is.
That's true. Under lot coverage, and this is just a question, and I think it's in current ordinance,
It is.
and so if it is, do we want to keep it at 35%, really?
35% is actually a very large number when you calculate it on a 5-acre lot. It allows.
No,
a lot of structure.
and I understand that, but do we want to limit it, I guess, is, I know there's a lot of parcels in the
Yes.
county that exceed 35% in structure coverage.
There shall.
And it's a shall, and so it's just a question. One, where did the number come from, which I know it came from per ordinance. And two, do we really want to restrict that to a percentage, I guess is the question. I don't know.
What else would you restrict it to?
I would just take it out.
Just zero, all the way.
Or should,
Let them,
instead of
let them,
shall, as
yeah,
long as they met the setbacks.
Is that a nice
Side
lot
yard,
coverage if
rear.
they want?
if they want to, that's their problem.
Do you want
So
to
Stuart,
just
can I
get that
put
if
in-
that's your neighbor though?
No, but I also think that the guy can do whatever he wants.
Stuart,
At the
can I
same
ask
time.
a question?
Personal property rights, I guess is what I'm thinking of here.
Shall, I like
Are
that
you
word shall.
okay with solar panels being 100% covering a lot? Because if you take that out, that's what could happen.
But don't they have their own coverage percentage in their
Yes.
thing?
Do they?
I think they do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think just replacing should and shall, I think would probably eliminate your concern there.
because should is,
Should allows the county, if someone comes in for a variance for something, that gives you guys a little bit more flexibility there.
should is preferred, so yeah, maybe change it to should instead of
Not that you
shall.
want more flexibility, but
Okay. Even 25% of a 5-acre lot is 1.25 acres.
I understand,
That's a large,
it's a lot,
structured,
That's a large-
residential lot.
I
it's a large
understand,
riding barn.
Yeah.
I understand.
And that is the only reason why I'm saying a shall. Give you some flexibility because, you know, I'm just thinking about if Guthrie was on a single 5-acre piece and he had that side of the barn there, that puts him in a pretty, I mean, it's either that or a weed patch, right? So-
We'll take that one under advisement, just so that.
Okay, and then under land use chart, the P
Permitted?
permitted with site plan approval, not permitted by staff. I think you can take out the words by staff. And then, we're not gonna go through all my comments on the use chart. But I do think that just as, and this is just another one of those formatting things, I think the uses should be at the top of each page, so it's easy to.
That's been noted as part of our directions to formatting.
So you don't have to scroll back up to see what it was, right?
Yeah.
Good call.
And then, I think, under auto salvage / junkyard, delete junkyard, because it's already a use in the chart.
Junkyard to use.
Yes.
It is. I have some other comments, but I'll skip those. I guess the one big one, which didn't quite make sense to me, commercial off-street parking. Under ag, there's nothing there, but commercial off-street parking is not permitted in a commercial zone, but it is permitted in residential zones, which seems a little weird to me, because I think of commercial off-street parking as off-street parking for commercial business.
Yep, we'll review that. That may have been done in haste and not paid close attention to.
Okay, this is why I went through it detailed. Just for you guys. Question under contractor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 contractor uses. I don't understand why they're separated out. And their uses aren't,
They're all the same.
yeah, they're basically all the same.
Exact building.
They're mostly the same.
Concrete and excavation are not permitted.
I would just say, then maybe,
Commercial general.
I would just maybe
Right.
put all of them together as one except for those two. And maybe list those two as one.
Okay, so we would have concrete and excavation as separate items, and then the remainder would just be contractor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back up real quick, I just have a question. So I'm looking at ag, this was page 47. Okay. And there's just some redundancies in here. So under ag, you cannot build an accessory dwelling unit, okay? Not permitted. Come down to bed and breakfast, under 6 bedrooms, on ag is permitted. That makes no sense to me, that's 0.
No,
Yeah.
okay, noted.
Yeah, so if someone wanted to build a barndominium so their family could come stay with them and have a bathroom and call it a dwelling unit, but can't call it that, we're gonna build a bed and breakfast. Put 6 bedrooms in it, and we can do it.
Good catch.
Okay, go ahead.
What was the one? Construction products / supply yard. And maybe I just don't know what that is, because I guess I think of that very similar to contractor.
Which one?
Under construction products, right under all the contractors.
Something like the Rocky Mountain Supply.
Yeah,
It's a
supply yard.
masonry supplier, somebody that's a lumber yard,
Okay.
stockpiling their product
Did we,
in their
Okay.
yard.
So, okay, so jumping forward to masonry supply, would that not be the same as construction product?
Yes.
I'm gonna back this up again.
So we can take out masonry supply on the bottom of page 49?
Yes.
And will multiple use also be a column on this table?
Yes.
I just asked that.
I don't believe so, as long as we wrote it the same, I'd have to look at it. Current ordinance says when you're in the multiple use, you propose a zone and designate to another zone. So then we would
Okay.
say, you're designating to residential suburban, so if you're in the residential suburban column, it's a permitted use. So I have to look at
I
it.
think that
closer,
is
but-
how it's written, yeah. You were gonna back up, sorry.
Yeah, it's got a fine look when it goes back up, but it's actually these contractor things. So it pertains to just, it contradicts itself, so between that and the comprehensive plan. At least 2041, which we've been referencing off and passing every 3 and giving our reasons, right? So it talks about in the comprehensive plan that concurrently more hobby farms are appearing in the county, which is primarily on the south end of the county, okay? So hobby farms mean people aren't making a living off of ag, okay?
Right.
So the big generational farms and stuff are dwindling, they're going down. I'm not saying to change the zoning or anything, well, as far as density, I'm just, and I'm not even speaking for me, but that's HVAC, I'm an HVAC guy. So if I wanted to put a shop on my 15 acres, my hobby farm, out in the middle of nowhere, it's zoned ag, I can't even put a shop and register it as a commercial shop and write it off on my taxes because I'm in ag. And so it just it contradicts itself.
Just change it to landscape and then you're good.
Yeah, so these are the redundancies I don't understand. So, and I can see the restrictions on ag 25 years ago. I get that. Generational farms are still going. But it is more hobby farms or smaller properties. People are making a living other ways.
So it's structured, Chad, within the existing ordinance. If you wanted to file with us for home occupancy, you could do it. We don't have any size restriction on the structure that's outside of the residence. If you had your HVAC within your residence, you're limited to a square footage of that structure, but if it's outside.
And so it's away from the house, right?
Yeah, so there's a mechanism in there. If it's the desire of the council to think that that's convoluted and we should reconsider that these things in the ag zone should be permitted, give us that input.
Yeah, and I do. I know lots of guys that just want to make a little fab shop, and they got 50 acres, but they just want to go in the corner of their property and make a fab shop, but they come in here and look, it's not permitted. They just give up right then and walk away.
Which I appreciate it being brought up, because of the fact that was something that I've kind of noticed in you too, is as long as there's an avenue for people to be able to have the ability to use their property for what they want, that's it. It doesn't have to be specifically spelled out, but as long as there's an avenue for them to do that.
So it would be maybe a conditional a CUP instead of not permitted, something like that.
I have a friend that's a contractor that is talking about this exact thing, because he knew we were in the middle of this rewrite, and of course he bent my ear on it, and that was it, is I can't put my business shop on my property and call it my business as I write it off. And as long as there's an avenue, then that's it. Because there's a lot of people that run their businesses out of their homes, and so. Which I would encourage, which I encourage that.
So in the use chart, there is the column for home occupation, and it's permitted in all zones except for the commercial, industrial, and light industrial, because the home occupation section says the business will be secondary to the home. And so you can't have a home in those zones, which is why there are no in the use chart.
Okay, that's the explanation.
And while we're on that topic, will you jump to page 71?
Where we at? Okay, home occupation, right there.
Limited commercial activities permitted within residential zoning districts where the principal use of property is non-commercial. These provisions are intended to allow business flexibility while preserving the residential character of neighborhoods. Home occupations shall be permitted subject to the following conditions.
Got it.
Okay?
Got it. Thank you. So I just answered my own questions.
It tells you in A, the business activity shall not exceed 25% of the gross floor area of the dwelling. And B, the business activity shall not alter the residential appearance or character of the dwelling or property. An accessory building may be used for a home occupation provided it complies with the definition of a residential accessory structure in Chapter 3, and it does not subject adjacent properties to noticeable odors, noise, dust, debris, or other nuisances. Typically, it's also, I believe it also notes that the activity of the business needs to be within the structure. Okay? Does that help?
It does, yeah. There's an avenue there, so.
Yes.
That's it.
But by looking at this chart, you think, yeah, it's not happening. Yeah, right, so,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, go ahead, you were at
What was that?
masonry or something like that.
Well, yeah, I jumped down to masonry supplies, but I,
I made a note to remove it.
and then I just noticed there's, right before contractor, there's concrete, clay, product manufacturing / storage. I don't know if that's the same as masonry supply, because they're not making anything, but,
No, that's completely different.
okay. Two things that I saw, and maybe this was done on purpose, but I guess a feedlot and a hog farm to me are ag things, but they're conditional use. I don't know if they
Yep.
should be.
Nope.
Okay.
It will be conditionally permitted.
Okay, that's fine.
Not allowed.
Unless in ag, right?
I think you.
No, even, it's only in ag, basically.
Yeah, only in ag.
Feedlot can also be an industrial as conditional use. But, the other thing, under hospital, it's, the use chart shows it permitted in all uses. And, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but I know, I did look at Chubbuck and Pocatello, and they both have it as conditional uses in all zones. I don't know if that's something you might want to look at.
But get it,
Same with
Anticipate
religious
a hospital
assembly.
in the county. I mean, I don't think it'd be.
Right, but same with religious assembly.
Oh,
Conditional.
contrary, you're gonna raise my dander on that one. From the standpoint of basic city planning, going back to the 1700s, how did cities develop? How did communities develop?
around the church.
Around a church and a school. And now we're going to conditionally permit them. No.
Okay,
I'm not gonna go down.
That's fine.
I'm not
I
going
just-
down that path.
that's totally fine, I'm just saying that I just looked at them from what the cities, how the cities treat those, and they conditionally permit them, so I didn't,
We
that's all.
can't foresee why the city treats them, but I would imagine the city's conditioning them because they want to be able to control traffic flow, where they're at, how, what's gonna impact directly. Does that make sense?
No, and that's why that's the reason I would put them as conditionally permitted too, because now, religious assembly, if we're talking about a church that's only attended on Sundays, that's one thing, right? But if you're talking something that's being used more than that for whatever reason, and having a lot of traffic, then a conditional use permit would be appropriate, in my opinion. But that's just me. I had some other minor things here. Three things that I think can be deleted out of here, because I think they're a little weird, is a recycling bin for collection. I don't understand why that's a specified use, and we don't have garbage bin for collection if we're gonna have that. Utilities transmission line, it's in the current ordinance, I can tell you that. Recycling bin is in the current ordinance use table.
Okay.
Utilities transmission line, the way I understand the ordinance, how it reads, is those transmission lines, the county has no jurisdiction over those transmission lines. So why is it a use table? Why is it in the use table if we don't have control over them?
Who has control over them? We do. The Idaho Public Utilities Commission has no jurisdiction over utility other than negotiating particular things, and it's up to the respective utility to negotiate easements through personal property. Period.
Which, I just think that,
Just recently learned that. Which
if I read the,
is what generated this.
okay,
And the reason being is that the commission is looking to try to allow the county to pull the respective parties together to help in the negotiations.
and, okay, so maybe I misread the energy side of this, because I thought it said somewhere in there that the transmission lines and stuff are not.
You are correct, that there's some other things that the commission has just had in their instruction and training relative to, that they have reported back. So those are some other things that we're, even though we think we're finished within, a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, all of a sudden we've got this, and this, and oh, okay, we'll get on that.
Gotcha, okay. And then right below that, utility installation.
Yes. It should be permitted.
Yeah,
Across the board.
or just take it out.
Okay.
Because to me, utility installation is like your normal power, communication,
Power
and,
communication.
and the devices associated with it. Like, if it's, like, why are we identifying that as a special use? And especially when it's not permitted in RS by this use table.
Okay.
So, move on down to section 5.1, that last sentence, sorry. They shall be duly appointed by the board. I don't know what dual appointed means.
No, typo.
And then under 5.3, unless there's something different in Idaho code that says the board may appoint, I don't know if that should say shall appoint a council.
Idaho code gives commission the ability to have a board or to not have a board.
Oh,
But
so
if
they
they
don't have
have
that.
a board, they have to utilize that board.
Okay, so may is the right, because of the way,
Yes.
Because of the way the statute's written.
Title 67, 65 reads. Okay.
If the Bannock County Commissioners decided that they wanted to absolve this council, they could do so, and then all land use issues would be heard by them.
Okay.
But the state
Is
statute,
that what you're pushing for, Stuart?
No, I wanted to say shall appoint, but I didn't know, and so that makes sense.
it follows,
If Idaho code allows the ability to have or not have, then that's fine.
that is a state statute language, the may is the reason why.
Okay. Going down to 5.3.5, talks about our bylaws. My only question is, should we specify in there how often they should be reviewed? Because our bylaws should be reviewed from time to time, and I don't know if that's every 5 years, every 10 years, I don't know.
That's probably specified in the bylaws though, right?
It might be, I don't know,
It currently is in the bylaws specified.
that they need to be reviewed
Yes.
so often? Okay, it's been so long since I read those. This is fresh. Those are 4 years old in my book. Okay, down to conditional use permits. Is must versus shall in a lot of this stuff. Under, on page 54, under 5B, right at the end of that, it says size of existing and proposed roads and 100-year floodplains. There's no such thing as a 100-year floodplain. By definition for FEMA, that does not exist.
Sure is the term they've used with me quite a bit.
Right.
Technically, it's the 1% chance of flooding.
Correct.
It's the limit of the 1% chance of flooding.
So when I wrote those checks, I wrote the wrong note at the bottom.
Probably, but that's okay.
I'll review that language with Tristan.
Is it like storm event stuff, like 1 in 100 is the same as 1%?
It is that way. FEMA has recently deterred from the 100-year and changed it to the 1%.
So that's recent then.
That is
Okay.
recent.
Within the last few years, yeah,
Yeah.
but there, when you're talking about stormwater, like calculations and facilities, then there is a 100-year event that you have to determine
Yeah.
capacity and stuff, but FEMA doesn't use that language. Under E there, and actually ignore that one, because I found the parking table later. Under F, sorry, for sites with an average slope greater than 10%. I know that's current ordinance, but I wonder if it should just say with slopes greater than 10%, a site plan showing existing topography and proposed grading.
Take average,
Take average, yeah.
Okay.
Down under C1, minimizing adverse impact on adjacent development.
Hold on, I wanna go back to your other one real quick.
So
Yes, sir.
that's,
Back to that F, for sites with an average, so you're taking average out, you're saying with sites with a slope greater than 10%, it's like,
With slopes greater than 10%.
Well, when we're talking about, so, there's a lot that my son's looking at right now, the whole front third of the lot is flat, and then it goes up like 40%. That's all one lot, so there is greater than 10% on that lot.
Right.
So you're gonna make him do a complete topography when he's only gonna build on the front third that's flat.
Even the way that's written, he would have to. Because he would probably have an average greater than 10% in that case.
What if we added to the end where development is occurring or something to
And
that?
that works,
That's
and
what
that
I
works.
thought would
Yeah,
be.
that works.
We just don't want, again, to incur costs because there's a thou shalt in there when it's not applicable to the whole
well,
thing.
why remove average?
Yeah.
Leave-
Well,
Leave
again-
average and development is occurring, 'cause I have the same situation.
What is your thought, Hal?
So let me,
I know this is a rare instance, but it does happen.
before Hal answers, I do want to point out that this is specific to conditional use permits. Not everything. This is specific to conditional use permits.
Okay.
So in my mind, if you're coming with this conditional use permit and you got slopes greater than 10%, you're gonna submit a site plan with topography and a grading plan.
The question I want to ask, is 10% a reasonable number? The 1 in 10 slope is nothing.
that's nothing.
And that's true too.
I mean, the 1 in 10 slope,
There's a lot of houses built on 110 slopes that never had topography.
they have a very comfortable sidewalk leading from the curb line to the front door.
And they don't have to worry about water.
I mean,
I
10% seems to be an odd number to me, but that's.
It was
And I think, I want to say that that's in current ordinance, and I'm good with changing the number. I guess my point is,
From a surveyor and grading standpoint, where would you place that number? 20%, 25%?
probably 20. Because that typically would, 15 to 20 is probably gonna,
It's gonna significantly change the way you're gonna build.
it's gonna change the way you build, and it's gonna change how you're, it's a significant design for grading.
It is.
And then on a conditional use permit, I think we need to know how they're going to disrupt those steep slopes.
Because
10% isn't, I agree, isn't a huge slope, but,
should we say altered slopes greater than?
well, and like Elise said, if they're not gonna develop it, then that's fine. But if we're talking a parcel that is sloped the whole way and they're gonna build on that, we need to know what that looks like.
Okay, I've got a note here to look at that closer with the review relative to 20% grade and the language of the average. Okay, noted, good catch, very good catch.
Actually, before I go down to C, on G, it says current use of nearby parcels
Adjacent.
adjacent, yeah. And then same with C1,
Yep.
adjacent development. And on E, on the next page, lapse of a conditional use permit. And I know we argued this at a meeting not very long ago,
We've done it a couple of times since I've been here.
but I believe that should say conditional use permit approval, because it doesn't lapse after 6 months. The approval does if certain things aren't completed or started.
That is a good catch from a technical standpoint, because someone could come in and argue the point. So adding approval is very good. Yes.
And then I have chapter 3, 6.4. Oh, under F, modification, it says chapter 3, section 641, apply to any application or modification expansion, but 641 is not the right one, I don't think.
Should it be applies,
It's going to be 5.
applies
5.4.
instead of apply? I don't know which.
I think it
section.
should be 541, yeah, not 641. And then same with F, 641C should be different.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see, that's a formatting thing. Under, let's see, page 56, under A4B. Well, actually, never mind. It's already there. Because I'm a surveyor, I get picky when you're talking about boundary lines. Says location and dimension of boundary lines and existing roads. And I was just gonna have you add with bearing a distance. But you don't have to. That's just me being picky.
Is that an industry standard?
Well, you can say dimension and it's distance only. And,
No bearings? Okay.
yeah. Recommendation to the board. Well, that was just a time frame thing. Seemed long, 4.5 months to make a decision. But that's just a procedural thing.
Where are you at?
On that same page, 56, C and D, it says a formal recommendation on each request shall be sent to the board within 45 calendar days of the completion of council's public hearing. And then it says the board shall make a decision within 90 days of receiving the formal recommendation.
I believe that comes from April code.
And that just, and if it does, that's fine. It just seems like a long time. By the time we hear something,
I believe that is correct.
we got 45 days to send it to them. They have 90 days to review it and make a decision. That just seems like a long time is all, but that's fine. Transfer of development rights. Question, this is just because I've gone through these before. Under A2 on page 57, says record of survey for both parcels to include legal descriptions.
Not part of a record survey anyways?
Not always,
Okay.
but my question is, why is that required? Why is it required to survey both parcels and create legal descriptions if the legal descriptions they currently have are sufficient?
We'll have to
Does that
review
make
that
sense?
inside Idaho code. Because I know most of the transfer of development rights came directly from Idaho code.
Okay.
Yeah, literally, almost verbatim.
Okay. And, well, okay, so with that, why are we defining what a TDR is if it's already defined in Idaho code?
Did
If
you-
we're changing it, that's one thing.
Did you note that in your comments, or is that in the one?
It's in.
On why is
comments.
this required, that is in my comments, yes.
Oh, pay attention to that one. This one.
So,
Okay.
So that goes to my next question, I guess, and you can look at this, but transfer of development rights per Idaho code can only happen on ag parcels, zoned ag parcels.
No, that part is our ordinance.
That's our ordinance restriction.
Okay, so my question is why? Why only ag?
Because the development, right, you only have one per 40 acre, which is the agricultural size. You don't have, on the smaller lots, you don't have to have multiple development.
No, but what if something happens and a piece of property loses development rights for some reason, a parcel? And it's a parcel of, maybe not a parcel of record, but it's got the right size and everything, but they have development rights somewhere else, or they're willing to get it from somewhere else, why can't they transfer it from this piece of property that maybe is farm ground that has a development right that they're never gonna use, and transfer it to this smaller piece to build a home on?
Yeah, this is one I've.
Does that make sense?
struggled with already, the development, right?
I guess that's my, I don't understand why it's restricted to only ag parcels, when I think a transfer of development right can happen in any zone, in my opinion, to and from any zone. But that's just, like I said, that's just me, just thinking, I don't, because, and let's see, that's under C2. And then if you go to C5 and 6, to me, those are kind of the same thing. It has a development right, but it hasn't already used it, so if it,
So what
I
we're
guess I'm
trying
trying
to
to
say,
understand
and
what
maybe
this
we need
is.
clarity, is if there's a house on it, you can't transfer that development right away. You've already used your development right.
which means it doesn't have one.
No, if the piece of property that you're trying to transfer from has a house on it, you
Sorry.
can't take that development and move it somewhere else. That development right needs to stay with the house. If that house burns down and you transfer it away, you can never rebuild that house.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay,
That's what it's trying to say there, so maybe we need clarity.
okay, that makes sense.
And is it just an ag, so it's less likely to conflict with density requirements and others?
Potentially, we'll calculate that again and see.
It's another mechanism that people can use to create density in the ag zone. So if you have a farmer who has a piece of ground that has a development right, that sits on the rift, and there's really nothing that they can ever do with it, other than perhaps graze cattle. You don't need the development right to graze the cattle, so you take that 40 on that nothing but lather bed and move it to the corner of one of your 40s, and maybe you already got a house on the corner of the 40 and the pivot. Now they've got a place where they can build for their son or daughter or family or whatever. And now you have two on a 40 and one that doesn't have any future development, right? Okay.
Yeah, just look at that and figure out, I'm just curious. And some of it is because I'm dealing with one right now that's not an ag zone, that they can easily transfer development right from a
Correct.
30-acre piece to a 4-acre piece and build on it, and it doesn't affect anything, because a 30-acre piece is farm ground that they're gonna keep as farm ground anyway, but it's just not in an ag zone.
Okay.
So. On the next page, 58, I have a few things on F. Because we're talking about transfer of development rights. but we're talking, so earlier it talks about an agreement that has to happen, if I remember right.
It's both property owners agree to the transfer willingly.
I thought there
The
was
applicant must
something,
review and sign the agreement. Application approval process, B, 57.
a TDR agreement. Okay, so under that one, B1B, the signed agreement will be presented to the board for approval during a public meeting. So we have this development, or this transfer of development rights agreement between two parcels, right? The board reviews it. Can't that agreement have this deed restriction on it? Can F be completed, accomplished in the agreement instead of having a deed restriction on the parcel? Because if I understand right, the deed restriction is for the parcel that sent its development right away.
The second parcel.
And I guess two things. One, it doesn't have a development right, so why do we need to deed restrict it from further development? To ensure permanent preservation, because it already has that without having a development right. And then two, can that preservation be accomplished in the agreement that the board reviews?
I believe the deed restriction is placed so that in the future, when people are doing their homework, to find out. When I'm not here, Foster's not here, when whoever is on staff is no longer here, they properly go through and do their research to find out there's a deed restriction that is filed and recorded.
Okay.
That's the reason why.
So if that's the case, I think you should add that, what that verbiage needs to be.
Okay. Got it.
Like if you were in some kind of due diligence situation, it would be located. Yes.
Which is the recorder's office.
Okay.
When we research deeds. As a comment, everything that comes to this office, when it comes for a building permit, when it comes for a subdivision, when it comes, whatever, the homework that is done against deeds to find out if there is a restriction already placed, that takes place in our office. And so that's part of the reasoning why. Okay?
Okay. Under variance, 4A, 4D, I think very similar as the CUP for slopes.
Yep.
And I think they're even more important on variances because sometimes we're granting variances and we don't know what the topography looks like. On the next page, under minor variance, 5.5.
Can you go back one more?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Right under that one on B, standards for approval, are those the same as they currently are? Or is that less criteria?
Yes, it's less.
The reason being is there are things that were added. We're following the basics of state statute. And then some of, as you know, in your deliberations, depending on what we're talking about, sometimes we're saying the same thing 4 different ways and you're trying to deliberate the same thing 4 different ways.
Right.
When in reality, we've tried to get back to a clarity and a simplistic, what is the real basic need for the variance for the exception? Okay. Same with conditional use permits, you'll see the same thing in regards to the findings in the subdivision ordinance. A lot of that is all been stripped out so that you go through the process of findings. It's going to be a whole lot easier than what it is now. It makes more sense.
Under minor variance, under A, and maybe it's just point of clarification. Currently, it's a 10% minor variance, correct?
Yep.
So you're just upping it to 20%?
Yep.
Okay. That was just a question. Under 561 on page 60, your E. Why did I ever on that one? Never mind. I don't know why I did that one. Or the next one. Sorry. Okay. Zoning regulations, section 6, 61, page 61, sorry. Under C, okay. Accessory dwelling units no more than 100 feet from the primary dwelling unless it is physically impractical to do so. That seems very broad. Is that intentional? Okay.
We had one of those, if you remember that strip.
We've had a couple of those.
Yeah, it was a mother-in-law's dwelling, and because of the topography of the ground, we could not fit, it was like 140 feet. So yeah, it was something, it was up on the hill.
Well, as a
Oh,
comment,
maybe I don't
It's
remember.
pretty common.
Okay.
as a comment, council, under the strict interpretation, we have brought those to council for a variance to setback. We will no longer be doing that.
Okay.
That is a value judgment based upon our office, period.
Agreed.
Okay. Fair.
So what about including that allowable use in recreational? Right now, it's only allowed in rural residential and suburban residential.
Okay,
The accessory dwelling unit, like going back to the P.
so taking council and recommendation from the council, going back to the previous conversation, the rec subdivision wasn't intended to be developed as residential housing.
Yeah.
So if the need has changed from what the original intent was, would council like to see that? A better question. A lot of things that we do are reactions to problems, economic conditions, whatever it might be as the driver. So using the housing shortage that we currently have in the United States as well as locally and other places, do you see that as a viable option and something that we should consider?
I don't in the recreational zone, I think that will significantly increase the work for you.
Well, I think the rec zone, from our standpoint, the reason that it's not there is for exactly what I just described. And the rec zone was never intended to be quote-unquote permanent housing.
Because what you'll end up having is, and no offense to people who have them, but you'll end up having rec zone lots now that have 2 more mother-in-law quarters being, trying to get permitted so they can rent them out in Utah.
And that's just
Which is not our choice, and doesn't care what, I don't care what people do with it, but
Sure.
I can see you getting overwhelmed by that.
And that's gonna be the unintended consequences
Exactly.
of allowing that.
Our desire is to provide housing where it is needed in our mind. From an internal conversation standpoint, that is, the rec zone needs to stay the rec zone and not be infill housing, shall we say, with ADUs. Does that make sense, Mom?
The last part does, but I guess I'm just confused about why it's still rec zone. But that's probably a conversation for another day, because it effectively is like rural residential.
I'll make a note and we'll go back and revisit it internally about.
The way it's termed,
Probably a conversation for another day.
you know, you go up Lava, up Smith Canyon, all Dempsey, all of them there. And most of those are 5-acre parcels, if not all, at least. That's what he's saying, it was intended, but now closer to town, still zoned recreational. It's been turned into 1 acre lots, doing open space subdivisions and all that, which is not the intention. So it's really, if it wanted to be changed, the lower ground towards Lava and lower on Dempsey and everything, really would need to be rezoned to RR or something like that, you know?
It's the same near Pebble, if you've got a lot of recreational back there.
Conversation.
Try to make me understand.
Okay.
Okay. 6.1.2 on that same page, 61. Parcel for farm dwelling unit, parcel must be minimum of 40 acres in size. Do we want to restrict it to that, or just a quarter, define it as a quarter section or a government lot? I think that's the intent, that it needs to be quarter section, not, because even a quarter section could be 39.8 acres or 44 acres or something like that, depending on the section. So I just wonder if that needs to be defined a different way.
And what do you do in the case of this agricultural zoning too, if someone's already got their farm on a 27-acre sliver of what was already, that's how it's always been? Does that mean they're, or is that gonna come to us for conditional use? I mean,
Or you go to page 71, previous conversation. And you go to home occupations.
Well, this is talking farm.
Well, I get that, I'm on ag, like where I live, you, at one point was an 80-acre parcel. When they were keeping all but, 65 of us. So now I got 15 acres of ag, but I can't build a farmhouse or call it a farmhouse, because remember, they're not verified, I know that. So, but because it's under the 40 acres, that's not an option. That was my question about what we just did, but I could go to.
we've seen a couple of those, that's the only reason why I bring it up, not to delay our conversation,
Anyways, it's just a thought.
but I'm not sure how you navigate that.
I don't know that I have an answer right now.
But you know what I'm saying?
I do. So one of the items that we're going to find out, and I've had conversations, and I'll be sticking around for a couple of more years to find out what the consequences of this language result. And that might be one of those things that comes to light, and how we deal with it. I don't know.
No, but yeah, it's just a thought, because I know we've seen it more than once.
Okay?
I had a comment on 613, residential accessory structures. And maybe like, that's more of an accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, this is,
So never mind. My comment is more towards an accessory dwelling unit than a residential accessory structure. Okay. Under 6.2, it talks about addresses will be assigned according to the following criteria. The county rural addressing system governs all addressing. I think you can just leave it at that. I don't know why it needs to be defined how that system works in this ordinance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys help people with the addressing. When we're splitting up a lot, don't you guys help with that?
We assign the addresses.
Exactly. So, they have to be clearly defined, like,
I don't think it needs to be defined in ordinance.
I don't think it does, if you guys are gonna be doing it anyways.
And well, I guess the thing is, like, I think it just say, like I said, it will be assigned according to the Bannock County rural addressing system, and just leave it at that.
Which is you guys making that.
I don't think it needs to define that it's based on a grid system, and here's how the numbering works, and, because I don't think.
Prime
anybody
numbers only.
cares.
But what harm is it, I'm just asking, honestly.
Just adds more
Yeah.
words.
Yeah,
It's just, I don't, it's just
We have an addressing ordinance from 1986. It's about 6 pages.
Just add the whole thing in.
This is what it's been abbreviated. If you want to abbreviate it more, we're more than happy to take that counsel.
Does it, I don't know. Just,
Isn't it about 6 pages?
Yes.
At least?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel like it's just something that is more of an internal policy than an ordinance. And I guess is what I'm getting at.
I will have conversation with county legal regarding this particular item specifically. If it's something that we see we need to keep, we'll keep it. Not, we will strip it down.
Good call. Job out.
Okay.
Which takes us to 6.2.2, non-conforming address numbers, da-da-da-da. So,
Right.
okay,
This will probably come up in formatting, but there's no 621.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe-
Don't go to 6.4, we don't want to talk about that one.
I didn't have any comments on that one, because
Good.
I know
Because that was a horrible piece of legislation from the state that we tried to figure out how to make it work.
I left that one alone. Under billboards, under A, submittal requirements, it says just number 1, site plan. I don't know where some of the other things have more detailed on what that site plan needs to show. I guess that's my only comment there. I said same format as others, just because what's supposed to be on the site plan for a billboard? Is the intent to be very similar to all these other things, or not?
It would basically be a simple site plan that is, it goes through and shows all of the, they would submit, for all intents and purposes, their billboard, their size, their requirements, et cetera, and on that site plan, it would just show that it conforms with setback requirements.
Yeah, so the site plan would need to show boundary lines, property lines, setbacks, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if that needs to be defined in there, is my only thing, okay? Under E, under setback, it says it will maintain a setback of 10 feet from any road right of way. Is that the sign itself or the post?
Edge of sign.
So I don't know if that needs to be clarified in there, that the edge of the sign shall maintain a minimum setback of 10 feet.
Would the billboard be the sign though?
Well, I guess to me, the billboard is the whole structure, not just the superstructure up top, but like the supporting structure and the superstructure.
The supporting structure would be the supporting structure, the billboard would be the board. That's what I would
Well,
say.
And that's fine.
And billboards are required to be a single post structure.
Okay. On the next page, under 60, on page 66, under L, and because I know ITD has standards on setbacks and sizes, and so I didn't know if the adjacent to interstate and adjacent to state highway base area was the ITD standard or not. So, I don't know.
I have an old document from the 60s. And when
When the interstate came through?
I'm trying to remember when the interstate, I think it was,
1962.
It was in the mid-60s when the interstate came through.
I think the bridges
I
were
think it was under
62.
the Eisenhower administration that the interstate
Something like that.
system was developed. I can't remember for sure, but anyway, the state of Idaho then took and created their own in the 60s and didn't follow federal standards. I believe that's still in place.
And it could be, I just didn't know if these were those
I
standards.
believe so, but I'm not absolutely sure.
Okay.
See, you don't know all of the work that we go through to figure out how to make all this stuff work.
I don't.
Go all
I
the way
just know
back
you
to
spent like 5 years on.
80s, 62, yeah. Most people don't know that there's other overriding regulations, federal and state, that exist from a long time ago that don't make sense today, but we still have to follow some of those. So anyway, I think we've done, for the most part, the best homework that we can, but there's still some things that you're finding with questions, and we'll go find the answers.
Let's see. Under the next page, buffer yard setbacks.
Yes.
I think I know the intent, because it says, residential and other types of development may conflict with existing or planned development. Following are minimum buffers and may be increased where deemed appropriate. So, I guess my comment there is, are these buffers between these uses or zones and residential zones? Or are these buffers between like an ag zone and a commercial zone, and then which buffer yard would you use? Does that make sense? Or is it only trying to buffer these uses versus residential uses?
That sentence with the name participle listed.
Yeah.
And luckily, we have a definition for buffer. You want me to read it?
Yeah, tell me what that says.
A designated area or separation between land uses intended to minimize adverse impacts, obstruct undesirable views, and ensure compatible land use.
Okay, so if I have an ag zone and I want to put a commercial recreation thing next to it, which buffer yard width do I use? The ag or the commercial recreation buffer yard? That's my confusion, right?
Yep.
So I think there just needs to be some clarification there on that one. Okay. On the next one, under cemetery, conditional standards just says all cemeteries shall be platted. I don't know if you want to reference Idaho code there, that it should be platted per Idaho code.
Sorry for the smile and the humor. A lot of this is new and being driven by other departments.
Even the cemeteries? Oh, really?
Cemetery and family burial grounds. Okay?
Okay, so under family burial grounds, non-cremated human remains shall be buried so that any portion of the outside surface of the container of the remains shall be no less than 2 feet under.
Yep.
Can we put no less than 2 feet under the ground? Like, or something, like,
Below
Under a
ground
tree.
space.
I understand, I know what it's supposed to say.
But it
but
says right
just-
here, it shall be buried.
I know, but I'm just,
2 feet
When you-
under.
it just says, I know.
Could be
I
two
know.
Below ground surface.
Or below ground surface, because it just seems very
BGS.
not, I wouldn't say derogatory, but not politically correct to say, oh yeah, I'm 6 feet under.
Yeah, it sounds a lot.
You know what, I'm 2 feet under. I'm only 2 feet under in a family burial ground, but I'm 6 feet under in a commercial burial
It's
ground.
easier.
Does that make
Easier for you to
sense?
get out if you're not dead.
Maybe that's the intent.
Does
You can-
sound a little
If I'm
casual.
2 foot or 6 foot,
Yeah.
my feelings
Maybe
are not gonna be hurt.
It seems too casual for that verbiage, so I don't know.
Below ground surface.
Well, this is arisen because there's more and more people that don't know that there are family burials on their properties, and there's been some things where people have been at their kitchen window, and all of a sudden, there's somebody in their backyard staring at the ground.
Really?
I am, pardon the pun, dead serious.
It is.
Oh, cow.
And the woman was like, well, what are you doing here? I said, well, my brother's buried here. What? Wasn't disclosed when they purchased the property. So it's becoming an issue, and it's a little more out there in the states that counties need to be paying closer attention to these issues, so that it is now being created, recorded, and gets placed on deeds.
Right.
Wow. That was freaking me out too, actually. Okay.
Especially knowing how new your house is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That was my only comment there. Under 612.2 explosives, I just,
This is for mining purposes,
okay,
not
Okay.
fireworks.
ignore my comment there.
Mining or industrial purposes.
We had, at least when was it, 2 years ago?
Not even.
Last year? IMC came in with a blasting requisition, the mine out at Hingham.
Oh.
It was pretty aggressive, very aggressive, yeah.
Our county just saw one for the one up above some bar.
Anyway,
Wow. Okay.
so that's what that's for. So it's for that purpose.
Okay. Under home occupations, 613, what's it, G3? And this is just a question. Why can't I put my address of my home occupation on the sign on my vehicle?
I don't know.
It's in current ordinance, we're assuming for safety reasons.
Just
That's our
delete it.
assumption.
Everything in current ordinance, just delete.
No, I wouldn't want my address on my trucks or anything.
No, but if you did,
Heck, I learned the hard way about it.
then this is saying that you can't. And I don't know why it's in ordinance, and two, how it would be enforceable, I guess is the other thing. Being in ordinance on something like that, how that can be enforced. Because if you had a magnet thing that said, here's my company name, address, and phone number, and you drove around town for 3 weeks and then took it off for a day, does that
Maybe
satisfy the
that's
ordinance?
something to do with like a retail operation. Like if you have public coming in and out, that's the only way I would want an address, known. Maybe that's what it's supposed to apply, and it's not supposed to happen. And you're not supposed to have a retail in and out, constant traffic coming in and out, you know?
And maybe that is the case, it's just says you can't put it on your business vehicle. That's regardless of where the vehicle's stored, that just seems weird to me, that's all. That's a formatting issue.
So going to Chad's point, and your question, is it your desire to allow somebody to put the address or not at their own rights and privileges of having home occupancy? Is it being too restrictive relative to quote-unquote personal property rights?
I think
Chad
that-
comes to us and he puts together a home lock, and he knows that he does not want people, he just wants to be able to contact by phone, that's it, that's all he wants. That's his choice.
That's
I
his
think
choice,
you have
yeah.
a point, because on some of the conditional use permit, conditions where we limit signage to limit.
Like I would have no sign, I'm just talking about a place I could have a delivery truck show up with a cement floor, like a pull in and store stuff, and I can write it all up on the tax, but I want nobody there, just me, just somewhere to go.
No, but this is, I understand what you're saying, when
Like not
CUP,
advertising.
we're not,
Limited
we
traffic.
limit sign
Yeah.
outside the structure. This is limiting signs on vehicles. That's what gets me, is you can't put your home address on the vehicle, on a sign on your vehicle to advertise your business. I think that should be a personal preference.
I get the
Whether
restriction,
you want it or not.
I get that maybe a little too much restriction, but why would you want?
I agree. I wouldn't want to do it either, but if
Yeah.
somebody wants to, they should have the right to do that. And if, I guess, because it's on a personal vehicle, how is the county enforcing that from a code restriction standpoint? If we can't enforce it, why is it an ordinance? So it's just kind of my thoughts there.
Okay,
Anyways,
so next, sorry to go to tangent.
no, you're fine.
We got one for 614-1.
Yeah.
Most places within our county right now, with inoperable vehicles that you can see from roadways and whatnot, are on properties with no buildings. I'm guilty of that. I got a couple of Jeeps sitting on the lot that doesn't have a building. So how does that work?
We'll send Brenda out to your place tomorrow.
Might give me some pointers. I got some trees around.
I don't,
Read the second half of that.
I did. But, I mean, how do you enforce that? I mean, I'm just saying, just before you hit Flying J, right off the I-15, guy's got 55 million old vehicles. There's no trees, there's sagebrush is 2 feet high. How do you know what I'm saying? It's a difficult one too. It goes back to what you just said. How do you enforce something that is in the ordinance?
There is an enforcement mechanism in this ordinance.
There is?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out how I can become compliant.
I think that one,
How I can be compliant.
that one's probably a lot easier to enforce than the other one.
No.
The vehicle, no.
The signage on the vehicle, I think, is really hard to enforce. But having inoperable vehicles, I think you can easily enforce that one. I don't understand the unlicensed one, because are you gonna go check double check all the licenses on every vehicle that's sitting there?
They won't license it sometimes, so that's just it.
And how do we know they're inoperable or not inoperable,
Yeah.
unless they're all part of
Probably to prevent the junkyard.
it? Right.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
No, I was right.
I'm trying to get through all of my comments, because I have 90,000.
We're almost halfway there.
I know.
And it's only 8 o'clock, so we got all night.
Chapter 3 still.
Page, steep slopes, I have some comments, I'll let staff look at them. The only comment I had that I want to talk about is on page 76, the very top, C2. Slopes greater than 35% shall be restricted from development. I understand the intent, does that,
we will take your input.
on all of it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I went,
Perfect.
to get it to this point, I went to battle big time, even to get it to this point. I shouldn't say battle, I was very adamant and passionate about changing these numbers.
So, okay, so let's back up. 618.5.
Yep.
Steep slopes A. Slopes 15 to less than 30%. No more than 20% of these areas may be developed, graded, or cleared of vegetation. I think 20% is a pretty low number.
I agree.
I think it should be at least 30% or higher,
Okay.
personally. That's one comment. On the next one, on B, slopes 30% to 35%, no more than 5% of these may be developed, graded, cleared. I think that's a really low number.
I agree.
I think that should be 15% or 20%.
I agree. Only because I know that there's methodology to build on that. And, you know what I mean?
But
It's gonna be expensive, nobody wants to do
Does
it.
that include retaining walls also? So if they disturb that much ground, then even if, or if they have to put a retaining wall up and it's over, 5% on the steep part? Does that make sense?
I would anticipate those retaining walls would be within that percentage,
No.
because of what they're trying to accomplish, relative to get a grade
No.
that works for them.
Yeah. And then going to the development restrictions.
So that you know, we used a large footprint for residents, et cetera, to come to the 5,000 square foot. Doesn't include any roadways or development to get to that 5,000 square feet. So,
Okay, which I'm good with number 1.
okay,
I didn't have a problem with that, it was number 2. Slopes greater than 35% shall be restricted from development. is that, why? That, in my opinion, I think I understand the intent, because 35% slope is pretty steep, and I get that, but that kind of, by default, creates open space, which we're getting away from.
So let me ask you this question, strictly from tangent sidebar. From a design standpoint, as a surveyor, engineer, working through a grading plan, that's cutting something into a 1 in 3 slope.
Sure.
It is,
Starts getting a little more difficult.
it does, yes. It's possible,
It is,
but it does get difficult, yes, I agree.
So does development also, I'm sure it does include a driveway?
Yes.
To the flat spot?
oh yes.
Sadly, yes.
So you have a 45-50% steep hill, and your only way to get to your flat spot is side hill and switchbacks, but you can't make the road. So that buildable spot up there becomes.
Unusable.
Yeah, unusable.
But you can also not normally build that to a 20-foot width, which means they'd be coming for a variance in addition to that.
Gotcha.
Change that too. I think that's in
We
my,
gotta change fire code
I'm pretty
too.
sure that's in my thing.
So I'm just asking, I have the same,
Yeah.
shall we say, heartburn about just being absolute, but what is the potential of,
You're talking very minimal potential. I mean, someone's got pockets that deep, they gotta really like that piece of land. I don't know.
it's kind of my general thoughts, but anyway.
But, which I agree, I'm not saying that it's not impossible, but it's very difficult. But like Chad said, if it's, the way it is now is essentially any slope that's 35% or greater, you can't touch.
Yep.
Regardless of the size, the length up the slope or anything, you can't touch that small area, right? I think in those cases, this is too restrictive. Because if it's a small area that just, you know, gradually, and then it's got a little steep and then flattens out again, why can't I touch that spot? Why can't I cut through that one small area? This says I can't do that,
Correct.
no matter what. Now I get if it's
Do we,
200 feet of 35% slope to get to a flat area, that might be a little different. If it's
Maybe
only,
only with variance.
if we're only dealing with a 10-foot,
okay. I'm just writing myself a note.
that's just some thoughts there.
I built the house on 35% slope, overlooking Prescott Valley, Arizona. And there was deep pockets they had to beat, but I mean, we had to back a crane in and drive one in forward to set the beams for the house. I mean, it was a nightmare. But we did it, and that's what the guy wanted. But again, we're talking about a 40-acre piece of land, and we probably were not at 5% of the property by the time we're done. But at the same time, I agree with Stuart that in our area where we're this hilly, you just don't ever, you want to be able to at least have an option for somebody to at least.
Or at least cut a driveway in.
Yeah.
I can see maybe not building on that, so that takes a lot bigger space, but
Right.
to access, you got 3 acres up on top that's flat, but you can't get there because.
We had that application, if you recall.
Yeah, yep.
Came in the cul-de-sac, and you had the zigzag, and the most precious spot was up there on top, which was the flat.
For sure.
Everything else was,
Mhm.
okay. All right, next, moving on, sorry.
Parking requirements on page 77. Parking lot design standards at the bottom of that page. Standard space, 9 by 20 or 8 by 18.
Do you not design to that?
The 9 by 20, yes, or 9 by 18, but a compact is typically shorter than 18 feet when we do it.
Okay.
So, the other question I had there is on number 5, it says surfaces must be dust free. What does that mean? Does that mean it has to be paved?
Magged.
Or you put your paint down and get the dust off
Yeah, I
the,
get
get
it.
the paint line.
Every time the wind blows in Idaho, you gotta go spray it off or hose it down or something? I don't understand what that means.
I think you just put the paint down, because if you're gonna measure them out, you put the yellow paint down for parking spots, you gotta get rid of the
Well,
bugs,
it's,
right?
it's a design standard though. It says surfaces must be dust-free, that's all it says. I don't know if that's
So
intended to
is
be.
it concrete or asphalt, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but can we do a gravel and put matte chloride down, or does it have to be paved or concrete or something like that? That, to me, that's where my mind
Well,
goes.
mag would be dust-free,
Right,
yeah.
but,
So would a foot of 3/4 screen material.
Mhm.
right,
So I mean, that's,
that's just, anyways.
Sorry, this one went right past me, didn't it?
you ask Stuart to review it, you don't ever know what you're gonna
It
get.
just needs to be deleted. Well, I'm assuming that in the county, they're thinking that someone's going to have a parking lot that is basically just graded and
Parking blocks.
dirt, you know?
Right.
Um,
Or if it says paved or have dust control, like.
Yeah.
If it was dirt, why would you even worry about your spacing or
Yeah,
the
if-
size?
if it's a dirt lot with
It's just gonna be
parking-
a pasture, you're
parking
pulling out
stops,
there
then
and park.
Park wherever you
Yeah,
want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just gonna take that one out.
And then on the next page, number 8, 10% of the total parking area must be landscaped.
Yes,
Okay,
so that.
I know that's pretty standard in the cities,
Mhm.
and I guess I'm just thinking,
So back in the day, when the whole concept of energy conservation was really starting, one of the major pushes through the late 80s and on into the 90s was parking lot design and trying to create shade by having internal islands with trees to shade the asphalt to prevent the emission of heat off of the asphalt into the night sky. That's the generator, that's where all of that came from back in the day. I was involved in the industry when that was all happening. And
okay,
then we were cussed out by owners for these designs because it made it difficult to remove snow and on and on and on.
so if it's a gravel parking lot, does that have to be, is landscaping important?
No,
I think this will primarily.
I guess that's the question, is,
City.
I get if it's a paved parking lot in that scenario. I totally understand that, and then 10% landscaping to help with that, but if it's gravel parking lot, why require 10% landscaping still?
okay.
On number
Number
9,
13.
on number 9, I was wondering about the trash. Trash storage must be located, at least like permanent trash storage, you know, that?
I think that's
The green
dumpster.
bins.
I think
Yeah,
that's
is it a structure
Dumpster enclosures.
enclosure? Yeah.
Dumpster enclosures,
So I don't know if we need to add that, trash enclosure, I don't.
yeah.
I think you leave the 10%.
Number 13 is about the directional arrows being marked, if it's a dirt parking area, I guess. It says waived by PDS, so does that mean, I mean,
That's staff.
that's just staff, so.
Planning
staff
and development.
Okay,
We're not gonna waive that. We're gonna change that sentence to parking space lines must be marked.
Yeah. that makes sense.
On number 10, just a couple of things, I think it should say ADA accessible spaces,
Correct.
and then addition instead of addition. On that one, it's a spelling error. Going to the next page, on 622.1, building permits. Number 2 there, it says a power waiver shall be requested. I'm assuming that's from the utility company, but it doesn't specify who the power waiver is requested from.
From us.
Okay.
So it's the opportunity, it's actually the mechanism that we have built into the ordinance to prevent Idaho Power, Utah Power from just going out and assigning an address and putting power into a piece of property. And then all of a sudden now somebody has power up in the hills of Lava. We have no idea about it. They're buried back in the trees and it's not a place that we typically go a lot.
Then 6 months later, you show up, there's a house there.
Bingo.
Gotcha.
You've never seen that in our county, though.
If we can restrict the power to lots, it helps us keep control on people following the law and building permits.
Okay.
So the zoning, so if they come to us and they say, we have no intention of doing other than this and this, and we're in the rec zone, and we would like to provide power and put us and our 2 kids' RV spaces up on Thunder Mountain, okay? Cool. But we would like to put power on there. We typically don't assign power unless we assign an address. And addresses are required with a permanent structure. So there's a few things that we have as protection built into the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay?
No, that was my only question.
And we-
Who's the power waiver requested from?
From us.
So, okay, clarification on that, but,
I've got one on 622-2. It's called zoning permits, but in the definitions, under development permit, says blah, 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 formerly called a zoning permit.
Thank you.
formerly called.
Yeah,
The
so it
artist
kind of conflicts,
formerly
so should
That's zoning.
622-2 discuss development permits rather than
Yeah.
zoning permits?
Thank you, Mom. Good catch.
Good catch. Let's see, personal solar power. Under 624, personal wind turbines, B, compliance with current adopted electrical code. Instead of electric code.
There is an electric code, and I think that's the county taking it, saying it has to be in compliance with whatever current state code or federal
Well-
code on the.
No, and I understand that, but it's electric code there, but then later in that same paragraph, it's
Electrical.
electrical.
Oh, electrical, I got you, that's what you're after.
There's
Yeah.
inconsistency in
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, I didn't know this was a question, is that B, should that be added to personal solar as well? I don't know that for sure, because I would assume that we still gotta deal
We're
with,
talking power generation, so yeah, both, it makes sense.
yeah.
Yes.
So, and it's not under personal solar, so that,
And then,
that might need to be included.
do we need to make any statement about the state of Idaho? Because that's who does all the inspections in compliance with the electrical code, is it not?
It is,
Yes.
yep.
So do we need to reference that? At all? Or say
No.
anything? Okay.
I think it's
No.
electrical code.
Because a wind turbine is a structure, they have to apply for a permit through us.
Okay, so you'll see whether they have a permit also.
Correct.
Okay.
On the top of page 81, number 8, there should be no more than 2 wind turbines per parcel, not per lot.
Okay.
Then moving to, my next one is on page 83, 627.3, A, signs must not be placed within a road right-of-way instead of a highway district right-of-way. I would just blanket that as all road right-of-ways, rights of way.
Okay.
to page 85. Permitted temporary uses. And this was just a question, A and B. Christmas tree sales are allowed in all zones with a maximum duration of 45 days. Fireworks stands are only allowed in 3 zones and a maximum of 15 days, which I understand the maximum of 15 days. My question was, was the zoning part of that on the fireworks stands?
Where are you seeing the fireworks? I guess I'm here.
Carnival services, fireworks stands.
That's a good question.
I think fireworks stands should be allowed in all zones. I understand the duration of 15 days though. For those.
I would beg to differ.
It's a safety.
It's a safety thing. You go out to the BLM out, South County, you don't want kids with flipping firecrackers there. You don't want them up in the pines up Lava either. So,
Or
Okay,
maybe-
or
yeah.
Yeah, I guess
So,
I just.
can they get them anywhere? Yeah, they can buy them, but don't promote it, so you
But
don't
that's what this
have
is
a fireworks
about.
stand there.
Yeah,
This is
and then,
about
yeah,
the
okay,
sale.
I see what you're saying there,
Yeah.
I don't want any of those, FYI, I don't want any of those uses in the residential areas
Mhm.
Okay, that's fine.
or the ag area.
For the stand, or they could drive a Wyoming and buy whatever.
Anything else?
On that one,
Yeah.
under H, it's probably a no-brainer to add the word only at the end of that.
Only allowed at commercial stables or private stables?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a kind of a no-brainer, but.
What's the definition of a private stable? That's the question I would have.
Is that
My house with a stable, is that considered a private stable?
How many horses can you fit in that private stable for a show?
You know? Well, people come and check out my horses, I don't call it a horse show.
I'm,
Well, we can get together for events and just play around, mess around too.
I don't know where that generated from, I'm
So
assuming
you'll
that.
probably just have your horse show and do whatever you're gonna do. That's what I would do.
I would respect that.
We're gonna change it to dog and pony show.
Stick horse show.
CS purposes.
Next,
next page, 86, under 635D. The performance bond, I understand it's needed. That amount just seems really high for all temporary uses. I don't know that a Christmas tree stand needs a performance bond of 25 grand.
It says, or a contracted cleanup. Cleanup contract is required, so,
they provide us that evidence of the cleanup contract.
so that,
Either way.
yeah.
Okay.
I agree it would be high if you didn't have that or.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe I missed the or.
I guess a good way to put it is, it lets us know that they're serious.
They're what?
They're serious.
Oh, yeah.
And the cleanup contract would have to be provided in advance?
Yep.
Right, okay.
With their application.
Okay,
And so that you know, we don't see a lot of that at all. But we do have an annual event at FMC Park every year. And the first year that they came to us, we worked with them very close. And like clockwork, every year. They know exactly what's required and they don't flinch and they get it and their event goes off without a hitch and they come back the next year. And it's a very good, very successful event for them.
is that the music show?
It's that music festival that takes
Yeah.
place.
Okay, now we're getting into the good stuff of these. Okay,
Just
page
getting started.
87.
To get to here.
7.2A. Help me understand this, because it says if land division has occurred outside the process in this ordinance, it would be subject to chapter 10, which is enforcement, but it doesn't say how it's enforced.
The sentence, that's weird.
And then my question is, why?
So you're saying chapter 10 doesn't address how it's enforced?
And why? Well, the only thing I remember in chapter 10 is that it's something to do with, like it's a misdemeanor or something like that. I don't remember what it was. There's a citation, violations deemed a public nuisance, like, it doesn't, that, dividing land without going through the ordinance doesn't seem like it fits under that enforcement, chapter at all. And then the other question I have is, why is it an enforcement issue? Because there's legal methods of dividing land that are perfectly legal, they just may not have a development right. So why is,
The enforcement section could address that part. I made a note to add to that section.
do we need to take another break? Do we need to wait for Hal?
I think that
I'm taking notes too.
there was Swan Lake, there was a guy that, did you hear about that? I'm sure everybody knows about it. He bought land, he's out of Utah, he bought X amount of acres, and he just split it up and started selling it as lots, trying to build a subdivision. Never even talked to the county to sell. But I actually drove by it the other day, I was wondering if, there's no houses built anyway. Couple campers there.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think maybe this is kind of exactly what that would address. Yeah.
Which, I can understand the development side of it, so if you try to build a house there, then.
Land division, he didn't even build a house, he just split up these lots.
Right, but you can divide lots and sell them, you can divide your property and sell them outside of this ordinance, no problem.
For agricultural purposes.
No, legally,
Legally, yes.
legally you can do that, that's what I'm getting
You're
at.
selling.
Legally, you
you're
can
selling the
divide your,
interest of that land.
yeah, and
Well,
now,
apparently they could build houses, that's one thing, so then.
that's the thing that I get on the development side of it. But if I have a 40-acre piece and I want to divide it off by legal description and give it to my kids, I can legally do that, they just can't build anything on it. So the way this is written though, is if I did that, and the county found out that I did it without going through the process, it's now a code enforcement issue, and the code enforcement issue, I believe, eventually is like a misdemeanor, a fine, or something, I can't remember what
Won't
it
be a
is.
misdemeanor.
And I don't think that's right, I guess is what I'm getting at on that one. So it's something to look into on the wording of that paragraph, or identifying it better in chapter 10.
Okay.
Number 7.3B, US Public Land Survey System. Need to add that word system there. And then under 7.4, I know this is gonna be a hard fought battle, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I don't believe a boundary line adjustment should trigger a replat in a subdivision.
Does it in other jurisdictions?
No. Well, other jurisdictions in Bannock County, no. City of Pocatello, you can do a lot line adjustment or boundary line adjustment by record of survey with staff review. City of Chubbuck doesn't have a process, a formal process, but they allow us to do it with record of survey only in a platted subdivision. But I know, like Bingham County, their ordinance says it's a replat if you change lot lines. And I've provided Tristan at one point verbiage that I wrote for a boundary line adjustment by record of survey. And I can send that to you again if I need to. I think parcel combinations are the same way. I can combine two parcels in a platted subdivision by record of survey. I think in general, boundary line adjustments and parcel combinations, whether they're platted subdivisions or not, can be done by record of survey.
Okay.
What was the next one? On 7, what is numbered 7.4, pre-development, under A2, subdivision name must be unique. I don't know if you want to identify Idaho code there, because that is an Idaho code thing. It's 501307, if you want to know the reference. One other thing on number 3, agency review comments. I can tell you that Bannock County is the only jurisdiction I've worked in that requires the applicant to gather agency comments at any point in the subdivision process. So I think that should go away. But I've argued that for a long time.
Who does it in other jurisdictions?
I don't know. The agent, the planner, I don't know, honestly, who does it. I just know that they're the one, the city is the one, or even Bingham County, the county, the city is the one that requests those comments. Going to page 90.
Oh, we skipped a page.
I didn't have anything on that because it was all agency comment stuff. Under review letter, it says variations may not exceed 15% without requiring a new review. And then under F, it says minor adjustments are permitted. However, any variation exceeding 50% will trigger a new pre-development. Two things. One, how's 15% quantified in a subdivision layout?
That's our secret.
And, okay. And if that's your answer, then that's fine.
No,
If it's not quantifiable, then just remove it.
Well, here's the comment to that. It's a nebulous, everything's nebulous about it, so therefore it's a smart aleck response back.
I understand. I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, there's a percentage there, but there's no way to quantify that percentage. So it's almost impossible to argue that it has or hasn't happened.
Well, it says such as number of lots, road length.
I think it's a good way to think about
But it
this.
says variations from the concept plan, And it just needs to, but on review letter, that's what I'm talking about. It's just general. Variations may not exceed 15% without requiring a review. And then you go down to F, which says significant changes such as alterations of access points, lot count, configuration, all that stuff. And then minor adjustments are permitted. However, variations exceeding 15% in conceptual plan elements, such as these things. But if it is those things only, then just put, these are the elements that we're looking at, instead of such as this. And I don't know, I get the number of lots exceeding 15%. I don't get the road length side of it though. If they want to increase their, well, it says adjustments. It doesn't say increase or decrease. It just says adjustments of 15%. So if I go above 115% or at 85% of what that's.
I get the 15%, how is that deemed?
How's it quantified?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see the number of lots, road length also, because that could be road and bridge involved, they might have a different agency comment.
Potentially.
Yeah, or a footprint of the whole development.
I get footprint and I get lot count.
Mhm.
Those two things, but like lot configuration, I don't know why it matters if the lot line shifted 10 feet or not. And road length, I would argue that road length is not that big of a deal. Because if you're increasing your road by 15% or more than 15%, chances are you probably have more lots or your overall footprint's bigger.
Or decreasing it 15%, so any variation, it's not saying it's increasing or decreasing.
And that's my other argument, is it an increase and decrease, or decrease, or is it only an
It's just
increase?
a variation exceeding this magic 15%.
But I could reduce things by 20%, and now I gotta go start the process over again. Is the way it's worded.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Okay.
that was a long thing. Going down to short plat. Submittal requirements to final plat. I don't think you need to specify it has to be in black ink. And plats can only be prepared by surveyors. Final plats can only be prepared by surveyors. I think you can just put in there that the plat shall be drawn to a scale sufficient to provide clarity, prepared by a land surveyor in accordance with Idaho statute. And just leave it at that.
And that same wording on the other two also. Preliminary and final.
On the final plat, yes. Preliminary, no, because preliminary plats could be designed by an engineer, and Idaho statute doesn't regulate preliminary plats. On the very top of the next page, well, and this is something that I think we can talk about offline if we need to, but I, through V under A, are not, when I think of title block, I think of the, like, down in the corner, not the sheet, if that makes sense. And so, anyways, I think there needs to be some changes there, but that's just me. Under I though, legal description, identifying the subdivision boundaries should be by meets and bounds. Your boundary is described by meets and bounds, not by section, township, and range. I mean, by both, actually, but it's more than just section, township, and range, I think. And then going down to, oh, V, take out engineer. B, I think the location with names of, there's something missing there, and 100 feet beyond the proposed subdivision. But I think that needs to say within. Within and 100 feet beyond the proposed subdivision. Because if there's existing streets or easements or anything like that within the subdivision boundary, those need to be shown on the plat as well. And then under BII, all existing and proposed streets, ways, or public ways, which within the proposed subdivision, because they're not platted yet, or they would be under I, not II. All easements, existing and proposed. A lot of this stuff is in Idaho code too, so under,
Stuart,
Yeah.
the difference between 1 and 2 is adjacent to and within,
yes.
so maybe that's why it's platted.
Well, the platted streets.
Oh, within, okay. Are not
Adjacent
platted
to,
yet.
yeah, the ones within wouldn't be platted yet,
Okay.
typically. And then going down to, just regular I, where it says dedication statements, that section is 7.7D, not 7.11D.
7.7,
Yeah.
okay?
Number 4, I think it should, instead of recorded or along with recorded current deeds of the deed or deeds of the affected property. Number 6 there should include if required, or how do you word it somewhere else? If needed, if proposed, I don't know. The way it's worded, they have to have CCNRs. I would also add the requirement of a title report to a short plat and a final plat, or a preliminary plat, but somewhere in that process. And I know whether you guys want to do this or not, City of Pocatello, and I think Bingham County require that title report to be within 6 months of the application date. Whether you want to do that or not. Preliminary plat, moving on to that one, under B, at the bottom of page 92, again within, and then the very last one, BII, platted should be proposed. Top of the next page would be existing and proposed easements. The middle of the page, G, proposed streets showing location, widths, names, approximate grade, curves, and relationship to all streets, to any projecting streets. I think that's verbatim out of current ordinance, but we have never put approximate grade on a preliminary plat on our streets. So I think you can take that off. And then I think the projecting streets, relationship to all streets, to any projecting streets, at the very end of that one. I think the intent is to any streets that dead end into the property. Is that the intent?
Yes.
Okay. My only other comment there was either add a title report at preliminary plat or at final plat. And then going to page 94, middle of the page, D, conditions on final plat. The very end of that, if the applicant accepts the conditions, he or she may proceed to final plat. I think it should say application or submittal. And then E, expiration of approval. I think that should, say that it becomes null and void if the final plat is not submitted within 2 years instead of recorded within 2 years. No other jurisdiction has a recording requirement after preliminary plat approval. I'll take a quick break. Sorry.
We will end at page 22. Because we have his comments.
Sure, I just confirm what Molly or anybody else has.
Did you have items, Molly, that you wanted to review in further chapters?
We tossed this on the record, so we need to.
Yes.
I went to one of the garden before I went.
We're gonna have to go,
I just look
yeah,
at things that are.
Yeah, no kidding.
But I think I'll just- Where's the?
Go into the kitchen. It's tucked in the kitchen in the corner.
I think I've been there before.
we need some paper cup.
It's 9 o'clock.
Did you say it's
I think we're gonna get our record though.
Just like she rounded
The
her.
record.
She rounded up 55 minutes.
She rounds her age like that too.
That's our record. Yeah.
That's what I've been to.
Really?
Until 10.
Yeah. For sure.
Later than
That
that.
we can.
You're about to be.
Yeah, you're about to be.
Yeah, next month.
Well, I guess tonight.
This one won't be, after we do the show, this one's gonna go off. At
Again.
least on my side of it.
Yeah. next month will be a busy one too.
I'm not excited about it. I'm gonna see those two variances in my mind.
We're bound to get one, we've had a couple of easy ones the past couple months. Yeah. That's one of the ones that heck all these, where they're coming, so it's that spring fever, summer fever, trying to do stuff, you know.
The erosion control Still my thunder on the stormwater sewer.
Stormwater?
I actually only had one comment.
Which chapter is that?
Yeah, we did pretty good if you only have one comment.
Chapter 6?
So is that right? Or did I just skip?
We still
I
recording?
don't have anything on 6.
Oh, we're still on
Other than,
chapter 4.
like, there was a bunch of musts in there
We're
that
still streaming.
where's it going? We're on page
Oh, I
95.
just skipped way ahead.
Yeah, getting worried.
After we
Wishful
through
thinking.
chapter 3, all the other chapters, well, floodplain's a little thick.
Yeah.
All the
If it
other,
doesn't have a staple on my stuff, that means we got some pages to go through.
okay. Everybody's back? Okay.
Oh, I just.
Ready for me to keep going, Hal? Okay,
Page 94, right?
94, we talked about under expiration of approval, E, right? Yeah.
Yes, we went through 95 as well.
No, we didn't go through 95. I promise you.
I think that's where you ended.
I'm on
You said
95.
final plat. And then
I'm on 95. So under A1E, at the top of 95, other systems as required to make a complete development design. What does that mean?
I don't know, we'll look at it.
I don't understand what that means. Okay, number 2 and 3, that was the words I was looking for, if applicable. I think you should put if applicable at the end of those two, and on the one on the short plat for CCNRs.
Okay.
The next two, I think just go away completely.
Which one's 4 and 5?
4 and 5, yeah. I know where they came from and what their intent were initially in the 97 ordinance, and they're not needed anymore. Because you actually removed one item out of the current ordinance that says the point list, right, in ASCII format or something like that. And these two, 4 and 5, are go in conjunction with that requirement.
Okay.
So they can just completely go away. Number 6, this section 77D. And then going down under review process, number 4, that assessor review should probably match the short plat, 7.5B3. I think that's what it is, 7.5B3, yeah. That's all I have on 95. 96. under D8, surveyor of record, which is just the surveyor that prepared it, should say that plat is correct, not plans.
That is correct.
Plat is correct, yeah. Going down to as-built plans. Says under number 1, it says no bond shall be released, no building permit issued until the as-built certificate has been reviewed and approved by staff. What's an as-built certificate?
I think it's meant to be as-built construction plans.
Okay.
So we need to clarify that.
Okay. And then under number 2, basically specifies what you need to show on your as-built plans, right? And B, I don't,
Relative to water line and sewer line utilities.
put the word stake at the very beginning of it. I think could go away, I guess, is the biggest thing. Like, I understand showing dead ends of stubs, direction, changes in direction, but,
Change it from stake to show.
yeah. Okay. And then on E, I think you should just add to the end of that, indicate bends, offsets, or dead ends of pipes and or culverts, or something along those lines. And then under bonding, on page 97, the type of bond, and this is just a suggestion because I know the cities do it this way, but you might have to figure it out with the board. They accept a certified check, cashier's check, revocable letter of credit, or financial guarantee. So
Did you say revocable or irrevocable?
irrevocable letter of credit. Got it. Or a financial guarantee.
Okay, next.
Depending on what you're doing with short plats, I think 7.9 might go away. Or not short plats, but lot line adjustments. Okay, page 98, lots and blocks. I think this is maybe just an oversight, but restricted lots designated with an R, and then it says the lots shall be shaded and labeled. I don't think we want to shade the whole lot.
No. Becomes confusing.
Yeah. I think they can just be labeled.
Which is what we typically see most of restricted lot subdivisions done in the past.
Yeah, it's just an R. And then going down to number 7, reverse frontage lots. I guess I don't understand that one.
I've never understood reverse frontage lots. I'll leave that to Elise to explain to me. But not tonight.
Reverse frontage lot is a lot that has road on both sides.
or till. It's a-
right?
like a-
And it doesn't matter classification of the road, it just has, it fronts 2 rows on front and back, basically.
Okay.
And so number 7 doesn't make sense, because it says reverse frontage lots, but then it says if you have more than 4 lots, you have to access from an interior road. I think the reverse frontage lots can just go away and just leave the main sentence there on that one, if that's your intent. Going to block standards. You might have to help me with number 3, block width. I don't understand that one. You can get back with me if you need to, but I really don't understand that one. Because a block can be any size and shape.
Yep.
Under 711.3 monument, I think you can just specify Idaho code there.
What do you mean by that? All of that goes away?
Well, not necessarily, so number, like the first sentence, all plats shall comply with Idaho state statute instead of state law. And then, like number A there, I'm pretty sure that's an Idaho code. B is an Idaho code. I think C, I can't remember, I think C is an Idaho code. D, D is not in Idaho code, but I don't understand why we're requiring it. If that's in current ordinance, then I don't think anybody's ever done that. And then E, offset monuments, which are reference monuments, are specified in Idaho code on what they are and how to deal with them. And actually C, under that, C has nothing to do with monuments. A, B, D, and E are all monument related, but C is not. Do you want the code reference for reference monuments? Okay. And then, on the next page, B, up top, school bus accommodations. It says we must provide school bus accommodations and in locations preferred by the school district, but what if they never tell us?
Do you want to take that out?
Must is mandatory, right?
Yeah.
But
Should.
if we never get a response from the school district,
And put should
yeah.
instead of must.
So why even have it in there if it should, so that would be,
But still, should means he should be making an effort, whether or not they respond
so
or
it's
not.
must, they should be doing it, so must is shall, right? So.
Yeah, but if he says they don't ever do it, then, I mean,
So what is worded, so it looks like they should, but they really don't ever do it, so, oh well.
School bus accommodations should be provided in locations as preferred by the school district. If
Provided-
directed or something,
Or-
we'll change that.
If available.
Yeah, because
We'll make it so that rather than absolute, we'll make it that if you gain response back from the school district, then we can take action on it.
And I know the times that I have gotten a response back from the school district, at least school district 25, they basically say, we have no idea because it depends on how many kids, and then we'll decide which bus is picking them up, because elementary kids are different than middle school and high school kids, and so, anyways. 7-11-5, this seems like a brand new section to me, is that?
No, it's in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it
This
is.
is weird. I think the scales under one, road profile scale of 1 to 100 and for horizontal 1 to 10 vertical is crazy. I've never done one like that. I think it just should say something similar, I think the final plat says something similar to a scale that's legible or something like that, or an appropriate scale. I don't think we need to specify the scale. There's a lot of things actually in this section that I don't like. Because it's dictating line types and stuff like that I don't really like, but whatever. The biggest one after the scale is G.
So
Sorry.
real quickly, remember in 97 and 98, you didn't have,
I know, it was all hand-drawn stuff, or most of it was still.
and that was back in the days when drafting was taught that everybody followed a standardized.
Right.
I'll have a conversation with Elise, we'll look at this close. That, your concerns are valid.
Yeah, there's a lot in just 7-11-5 in general.
Well, even the fact that they're telling you that you have to do your title block accordingly.
Right. And the scale for the cross sections is crazy to me.
We want you to develop a special title block for your projects.
Just for the county.
County.
Might as well put it on your title block then.
I appreciate that though, because we don't want this to have somebody look at it later and be like, facts into where? What? You know what I mean?
Yep. No.
If there's,
The point is that all of the critical information that needs to be portrayed can be on the drawings. The title block is meant to just describe what the project is and who did that.
Sure.
Scale, date, review, that sort of thing. All this other stuff that is in here is basically communicating your format and how you do it. So,
yeah,
yeah, back in the day, they used to control it much more because of hand drafting. That's a whole different ballgame now.
I think the only architectural class when I was doing architectural I went through was, like, the whole semester was on title block and but that was, we were penciling it, right? We weren't doing it on computer still. Glad I got out of that.
so anyways, I won't go through all my comments on that section, but if you have any questions on my comments, let me know.
We're good.
Going down to 7-11-7 utilities. I think under A, when gas and or communication are available instead of telephone.
Yep. Good call.
And then under number 1, instead of power lines, I would put utility lines.
Okay.
And then actually under B, anywhere where it says telephone, I think you should replace it with communication.
A2 power lines, distribution power lines.
Above ground. distribution power lines may be permitted with council approval.
Yeah, change it to, what did you say, put them on the line?
Utility lines.
Utility.
Yeah.
So yeah, we should utility lines.
Yeah. And then I think, C1, or at least the table. I think that table can go away. Because that's another one of those drafting standard things that is outdated.
It's convention, yep.
That's all chapter 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Under floodplain, chapter 4.
So before you dig into floodplain too far, just be aware a majority of this is copy and paste from FEMA.
Understood.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot in here, because I knew that. There's just a couple of things, like section 1.2, findings of facts. I don't understand why we have findings of facts. I don't, and maybe it's just the title needs to change, I don't know, but it just seems, it's the only place that says findings of facts. Just seems weird. So, anyways. 2.2. I hope this is not copy and paste from FEMA because I believe it's wrong. But special flood hazard areas are not identified by the Federal Insurance Administrator. They're defined by FEMA. The administrator is just the one that administers the insurance policies. Okay. So that's in there a few times.
This is their document.
It can't be.
Oh, yeah. it is.
That first paragraph though is talking about the FIS study for Bannock County and incorporated areas.
I will review this against what we built this off of, what we did.
I had to look it up.
I'll do some digging and have a conversation.
I had to look up the Federal Insurance Administrator, and it said it was the individual responsible for administering the insurance policies.
Okay.
And then,
So that you know, this was taken from the state's model ordinance.
okay, that's fine.
Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
The only other thing on that paragraph is it specifies the FIS study
Uh-huh.
dated July 22nd, 2020. And I wonder if we should just take the date out, because if there's a newer study, then we should be held to the new study, not have to change ordinance.
Or just add or most recent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skip over that. Skip over that. On the definition of flood or flooding, it talks about tidal surges and tidal waters. I think all that can come out, because we don't deal with that in Bannock County.
Oceanfront property in Bannock County.
Yeah, it's on the Great County, so.
Under the definition of flood zone, on page 108, says A geographical area shown on the flood hazard boundary map or the flood insurance rate map that reflects the severity or type of flooding in the area, period. Those maps do not show insurance rates.
They do not. The only way to get an insurance rate is that they have to issue that rate. Once they have a final elevation.
Yep.
Sure would be nice if they showed you that rate. I know. Because then I could just tell you, Bill, by drawing it 5 feet above that level, so I don't have the smallest rate possible.
Right. On page 112, number 3 at the top of the page, I think just a point of clarification, just so it's clear that it should say elevation certificate based on construction drawings,
That's right.
because I think that's how it's worded on the elevation certificate.
That's how it's worded in your requirement too.
Is it
Yeah.
elevation based on construction drawings?
Sure is.
Yeah. And then that same thing is on page 113, C1A. And then C1B, the second sentence there, says the permit holder shall certify the as-built elevation of the lowest floor and all associated utilities. I'm pretty sure that's what the elevation certificate does.
Yeah, it's not the permit holder, right?
Well, you have to
I mean, I'm
submit.
the permit holder, and you're looking at mine, but it's not coming from me.
Right,
It's coming from you.
Yeah.
And that's coming from your floodplain certification.
correct.
Unless you're referring to that as, I hired Stuart to do it, and it's going through, I'm paying him, so therefore it is still technically coming from me because I paid him to do it.
And I think that is one edit that is being proposed, is it is no longer a landowner that can do those forms. It would be
You.
an Idaho licensed surveyor, an engineer, or architect.
Representative of the landowner.
Well, it depends.
We're
No, it doesn't
proposing
depend.
more
According to the
strict.
ordinance, we're taking the owner completely out of it.
So no matter what, even though the certificate allows them to do it, certain portions of it, they're not, you're.
That is correct.
That is correct.
So I think that sentence in B can go away because I think that's what the elevation certificate shows. It certifies the as-built elevations of the lowest floor and associated utilities.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of the elevation certificate.
Okay.
That's a formatting thing. On page 119, specific standards should be 5.2, not 4.2.
Working Stuart.
Page 119,
4.2 specific standards.
yeah, it should be 5.2.
The formatting, right?
Yeah, that's just a formatting thing. So now that I know that a lot of this stuff is FEMA documents, they may not be worth even bringing up. But I've got a couple of comments on 122. Under H4B. And part of that's just because it's talking about tank openings and vents, and I guess I don't understand how you anchor an opening in a vent, or a vent on the tank. Maybe that's just me.
It could be like a stick-up type vent.
The ones that you guys did in my, that we did in my house there, plastic door, it's just gravity that holds it down
Well, that's the vent on your,
on the stem wall.
on your stem wall. This is talking about tanks. This is the
Like septic tanks and
tank,
stuff?
like a gas or liquid storage tank. Number 2 is elevated above ground tanks. Number 3 is non-elevated above ground tanks. Number 4 is tank openings and vents. All tank inlets, fill openings, outlets, and vents shall be anchored to resist lateral movement from hydrostatic and hydrodynamic flows.
Yeah, I don't think that
Maybe I
is-
just don't understand what that means, but if it's straight out of FEMA's document, then I guess we'll deal with it.
And I've never seen that. You guys ever looked at that?
I made a note.
Okay. That's interesting.
And then, just clarification on I-4 at the very bottom of that page. It's talking about the crawl space and the maximum velocity of floodwaters at the site must not exceed 5 feet per second.
How do you control that?
Yeah,
Put a sign up?
slow.
Slow down, children at play.
Just want to warn them floodwaters, it needs to obey the speed limit.
Again, if this is FEMA's document, it's not gonna change, but that is,
Yeah.
that's pretty prime right there, that's pretty good stuff.
There.
On page 123, 3B, 3 is talking about roads, bridges, culverts, low water crossings and stuff, and then it talks about having to submit a letter of map revision for that stuff. And, oh, never mind, that makes sense, it's in the floodway.
Yeah, this is what I had to do.
Sorry, because you're in the floodway.
That's right.
I was thinking just the floodplain, that seemed weird, but floodway.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you should reference K in your final plat requirements, under your certifications. The K1 specifically, flood zone identification.
I agree, because
It's gonna be hidden here and they're not gonna know it, so if you reference that
Yeah.
back.
someone in that subdivision that bought one of those lower lots in the bottom corner in Ingham was arguing with me that they're not in the floodplain. And so I agree with that. People are buying a lot, they need to see that that's noted on their plat. I feel bad for those people.
On page 124, 53C2, it's talking about zone A without a BFE. And you have to submit a Lomar or a Clomar. And just want to make sure that that is required, or that should be required for all developments within the floodplain.
I think it's not clear, I think it's telling you you can do the BFE study, or you can do number 2. But we can work on that if.
It says both, it doesn't say or, it says for new subdivision proposals and other developments, the following requirements apply, 1 and 2. And then B, under 2, you have A, which is a Clomar, and B, which is optional, it specifies. So to me, that reads as you have to do 1 and 2. But again, if it's a federal document, then we can't change it.
But it does have in parentheses optional.
Under B, but
Yeah.
not under 2.
Okay.
Number 2 and number 1 have to happen.
Okay.
That's a formatting thing. 5.4 should be 5.5, and then 5.5 should be 5.6. That's all I had in floodplain. I don't have very much in chapter 5. The biggest thing I have in chapter 5 is section 2, the title, transportation is spelled wrong. And then in 2.2, I don't know if we need to identify the McCammon transfer site,
Transportation.
but if not, that's fine too. That's all I had in chapter 5. Chapter 6, I don't really have anything, but Molly, you said you had some?
My time to shine. So, I really like the regulatory consistency paragraph on page 146. And I think that might be good to consider including in this section too. Since some of the requirements could overlap with the construction general stormwater permit. Just wanting to help people understand complying with these doesn't relieve them of other requirements,
So
like
include,
state or federal.
include the general regulations?
Regulatory consistency.
So
Yeah.
Oh,
2.2.
2.2, okay.
Yep,
Under
include
that,
it in
yeah.
the other one.
Or something similar, especially the last sentence.
Good call.
3.1C says a certified erosion control manager must be on site. We don't define what that is. I know some other permits define what that is, so we need to refer to those. That's all I have.
Sweet. Okay. Chapter 7, alternative energy. I do have to say that overall, I think this section is pretty good.
I have a few things with that I need to touch base on. I'll just kind of go through it here. I'm going to skip right to 2.2, and this is just questions for me. So it'd be 2.2B, in number 1 and 2 specifies Idaho licensed surveyor. Okay, and I remember the first round we went through this, Stuart, that you had this added to what would have been a preliminary one after this was defeated. So what I want to know is why stop at surveyor? Why not Idaho state licensed contractors? They need electricians, they need HVAC. Obviously, you or I couldn't do any of the work, it'd be a conflict. But why just a surveyor? If we're requiring an Idaho licensed surveyor, why just an Idaho licensed surveyor?
So
In those two, and,
It's all throughout here.
well, yeah, but in those two specifically, we're talking the site plan and property lines and boundaries, and so those have to be certified by a surveyor. I get what you're saying.
It's through the whole thing.
I get what you're saying, like, any of those licensed professionals or licensed contractors should
In
be
the state of Idaho.
specified. Yeah.
So that's just a thought, okay?
real quick, Chad,
Yeah,
in regards to that, this is for a conditional use permit. So most of that is all preliminary front end, whether it be a survey, whether it be, what am I searching for? Whether it be any type of study that is being required to be provided to show that this complies, etc. Idaho licensed contractors only come into play after something like this is approved, and then the developer goes and gets a contractor. And by state statute, you have to be licensed in the state of Idaho to do work in the state.
okay, but so,
And
just,
the only restriction that they have is that they have to file with the state and secure a license.
not electricians, it's a little tougher than that, but,
True.
yeah.
But for
So what about environmental assessments, wildlife, bird, bat study, any assessments, ground assessments? Are these not Idaho people, Idaho licensed people?
I don't know that we have,
So this is all before the construction stage.
I
This
don't
is,
know that we have that restriction placed.
that was just a suggestion. Okay, so anyways, also, I don't see where, and this is pertaining especially to the solar, where does this work with the comprehensive plan? It directly contradicts the comprehensive plan. I just don't understand.
You're gonna find plenty of contradictions
Yeah,
just in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
It says,
yeah,
do such and such for power,
The
protect
definition of
agriculture, do this
agriculture.
or do that. So,
and so that's kind of, and here in our basic provisions, that the comprehensive plan shall control and to amend ordinances within a reasonable time to restore consistency. That's a big argument I have with this. So, the comprehensive plan shall control. To me, this directly is against the comprehensive plan. There's many things in here what it says. So, by saying that, I can find the page. I have it here. So I would be saying to strike agricultural from the solar and wind. Because nuclear has no agricultural in there. I don't know the page, I gotta find it, it's here somewhere.
On the use chart, is that what you're talking about?
It's on the zoning.
Yeah, the use chart, like the chart, right? The big chart.
It was right, that's alternative energy. I thought it had it.
There's the big chart, and it's a big chart.
Yeah, so that's what I would like to do. I don't know where it's at, I gotta find it again. I have 100 little notes here. That was an introduction.
Page 48,
Page 48.
that's where it says in the chart.
it's in actually our introduction packet. But allow wind, solar, nuclear energy, conditional use permit with extensive, allow a CUP for wind and solar in the following zones: agricultural, commercial, general, industrial, and light industrial. So with a industrial solar and or wind, it fits everything in commercial, general, industrial, and light industrial, as does a nuclear facility. It does not fit with definition from comprehensive plan and agricultural. And that's a big argument I have about this. So we have been shown and trained to follow this comprehensive plan. And that's where, at least I'm gonna stay.
So wind and solar is a CUP, conditional use permit in ag, commercial, general, industrial, light industrial. Nuclear is a CUP in only commercial, industrial, light industrial, not ag.
That's right.
And you're saying that it should be included in ag, or you
No.
should take ag?
Agricultural ag should be stricken from wind and solar because it does not meet the definitions of agricultural in our comprehensive plan. Actually, there's another spot where agricultural is explained.
But for a CUP to be granted, it has to be consistent with the goals and strategies of the comprehensive plan, so measured against those expectations at the time of application.
It is, but remember, not to get, I won't go there, so.
Now's the time.
No, because if we, okay, so if it, in the event it does come to a vote from the council for a CUP, and let's say we deny the CUP. Well, they file a appeal to the county commissioners. Yeah, there you go. So, I just don't see where ag fits into an industrial solar or wind. I can't see it. So are we supposed to just throw this for one specific project or, and then go back to it?
Okay, so before you go down that path that far, this is a work session.
I'm asking questions, so I definitely
So
want to,
this
yeah.
is a work session for the council to come to a conclusion as we go down the path. That you disagree that this meets the intent and complies with the comprehensive plan, and we need to have that information, then we will take that information back to the commission and say, okay, we were instructed by you to do this. Now, this has been fleshed out. We have a conflict. How do you instruct us to go further?
Yeah, amend the comprehensive plan or cut this out of
For all
the.
intents and purposes, if that's valid,
But that's not gonna get determined tonight.
no. And it's been
Yeah, it's-
reviewed by legal, based
Yeah.
upon your interpretation of those two, of the guiding document versus the proposed ordinance. Is it in conflict? So, no, I've got my notes.
Yeah, so definition of ag and then also in the comprehensive plan, so.
Yep, okay.
When is the next time we do a rewrite after this one? I'm asking only because, we've got nuclear in here that's talking about the zones that it could be in.
Right.
I don't know if you read any of the articles in these nuclear things that they just developed at INL.
Following it close.
They can drop them in a hole anywhere.
Yes.
Don't even know they're there. So,
There's an
That-
upcoming nuclear forum.
what was that?
There's an upcoming nuclear forum.
Yeah, and
Who's the trade?
And then, again, I'm not trying to change or sway anything that we're talking about tonight, but it is extremely relevant when we talk about where these are allowed to be placed in the future, and in the next rewrite, that's something that might have to be looked at. Because now all of a sudden, if these are what they're advertising to be, they don't need to be restricted to a commercial piece of ground. Does that make sense?
So the goal is to ultimately create these units that are small enough that they can power an entire subdivision.
Exactly. Which now all of a sudden you're popping one in a residential rural. Now this is me trying to look at a crystal ball that I don't have, which I did.
FYI, we've been instructed by the commission to add nuclear to the ordinance because we want to be at the forefront of this technology because of what's been announced for Idaho State University as well as INL. We potentially, I hate to use the word proving ground, but we may be involved in one of these units. I will share with you, I've been following this closely. There is a salts used reactor that has been developed in Copenhagen, but the country of Denmark has absolute restrictions on no nuclear. Period. So Switzerland has decided that they would be the proving ground for this company out of Denmark, and so they're now trying to gain all of the permits allowed to transport this unit from Denmark to Switzerland. And that's when they'll finally put one of them to test in a real world scenario. They're a little bit ahead of what's going on at the INL, but only because the INL and the federal government do everything in triplicate. So we go a little bit slower than the rest of the world when it comes to nuclear.
Of course.
But it is very, very close. I mean, it's not just located to what's going on in the United States, but this is now a technology worldwide that's coming. So that's why we've been instructed, because of the energy needs that exist right now, and there's a potential that if it happens, it could change wind and solar very quickly. So, hate to put that on the record, but that's,
It's true.
these technologies
That's
are moving so
the only
fast.
reason why I bring it up, is because something, again, making a joke about it, fax it to XYZ. I mean, this discussion that we're having about no nuclear because it needs to be in a commercial zone,
Right,
could be an irrelevant conversation even as close as 5 years from now.
correct.
So, anyways, that's the only reason why I bring it up, that's it.
But we have it in there, we have it in those respective zones, and if the technology changes, then we go through the process of.
And then, you know, just to reiterate, that all of this is a CUP. So none of this is just slam dunk, we're gonna put a wind farm or solar farm or a nuke plant, you know what I mean? This is, and I think I saw the statement that it will be extensively reviewed with staff and with the committee,
So,
so.
and that's obviously in review. There's just some of the concerns, so once again. You got anything on this? Like, we'll move on here, I got another, just a couple little.
In the same chapter?
Yeah, 2.8, page 140.
Before you go there, 2.4, the title, decommissioning is spelled wrong.
2.3, we refer to a zoning permit, so probably throughout most of the ordinance, I would think that needs to be replaced with development permit.
And, okay. Got it, and then Chad, we were on 140, did you say?
2.8, 140, page 140.
Thank you.
Yeah, A, visual impacts. Applicants, this is what it's, applicants must demonstrate the intent. I think it shall reduce visual impact of construction operation instead of the intent, demonstrate intent.
It's kind of what the next sentence says, but maybe should.
But visual, the next sentence is
Yeah,
visual
stronger.
impact should be mitigated or minimized to the extent practical. But remember, demonstrate the intent. So I'm gonna write a piece of paper and plant some trees, and that's my intent.
They never water them.
Never water. Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What page are we on? We on
Or 140.
Okay, because we're not to where my issue is, okay?
I had just a suggestion, why, if it was put into place, why do we have an ordinance that puts a 15-foot berm around a gravel pit? That's, is that for visual or noise or both? So there would be another way to minimize the visual impact. Just thoughts here. So that would be 2.8A, number 4. I had a question about this. And this is down a couple sentences. All structures that are part of the solar energy facility must be a minimum of 500 foot from residential dwellings and 1,000 foot from all schools and hospitals. So why 1,000 feet from schools and hospitals and 500 from residences? Is there a health risk?
This was probably copied from somebody else's ordinance,
Is
correct?
there noise pollution?
No, these were put together relative to a decision relative to aesthetic, proximity, etc.
So aesthetics, this is why this is there.
It's an arbitrary number. If you don't like it,
No.
what would your suggestion be?
At minimum, include the residential and with 1,000 feet with the schools and hospitals. I don't see, that's, yeah.
Okay? Okay, noted.
What's the point of a minimum of 150 feet from the Portland River Lava Run or the Marsh Creek Lava Run? I'm just kind of curious as to where that number came from too.
Arbitrary number.
Just an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
They just don't want it near the lava flow.
We don't want to right up against the edge.
Okay. But on top of it, it's a no-go too.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all I got through there.
I got one on 8. You've got a height, I think we've talked about this in the past, but proposed height would be a maximum of 20 feet. That's different than it was before, correct? I think before, on 8, height of structures shall adhere to the following. B, ground mounted solar. I think it used to be 4, now it's 20, which I agree with that, but I'm just
I think it was 4 feet off the ground,
off
Yeah,
the
I
ground.
think it was 20 feet.
20 for
I
the.
think it was always 20 feet, because when it's at full tilt.
And my reasoning for that is, something that I don't like about seeing these solar farms is the fact that they're a lot of times put on grazing ground, and if you at least had them high enough to where animals could still graze underneath, then you have weed control ground and everything else, and so,
That would fall under agrivoltaics, I think is what that is.
Under city on that sense. Yeah.
so, yeah. I guess we got maximum height of 20 feet, I don't know how big these are, so, that's just a thought, that encouragement to dual purpose the property or land that's underneath it instead of just being a big baked field with weeds, you know what I mean? And so, I know that cows are hard on this equipment, but I mean, a sheep farmer could easily graze underneath some solar panels if the height was right. So I don't know how we need that. A note in there.
The C1 kind of cover that.
Which one's that, Molly?
The co-location compatibility.
And that's what my thoughts were, is if there's a restriction on one, does it restrict the co-location compatibility? We just don't want the two fighting against each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe instead of taking a maximum height of 20 feet, just put reasonable height for co-location compatibility.
Okay, excellent.
I had a couple other things, sorry, go ahead, Al.
I was just going to ask any other items relative to alternative energy.
Oh, there's some more, but I don't know enough about the decommissioning. I need to study that a little more, what's going on with that. But yeah, I'll try to get something sent in with some comments as I go through that, but
I agree with you. I think that we need to think about that decommissioning piece, only because you got about 6 of these wind turbines sitting at the end of Spanish Fork Canyon in Utah that have been dead and idle for probably 15 years. They don't even move. And they don't decommission them, probably because they have to clean up the ground and everything else underneath them. So I don't know if there's some language we could put in the decommissioning piece that a time frame from the time they're no longer active, they have to be decommissioned. It's just kind of a similar discussion we had with the
it
ground.
does have that.
It does?
It
Okay.
does, yeah. But more like percentages, amounts, inflation rates, bonds, non-transferable, or if a developer was to sell the land, or it's still their bond. Even landowners that lease to developers, maybe at some point a decommissioning, putting them somewhat responsible for that. If the decommissioning was abandoned or a developer disappeared, then the landowner becomes responsible instead of the county and us. So, and these are just broad things, so I just gotta, this is for council to hear, you know?
Therein lies one of the inherent problems with this chat is that the developer who will pull the CUP will then turn around and sell it off.
Immediately.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
On the bonding, I had a question, because it says that initially it's equal to 25% of the cost estimate of the decommissioning.
yes.
Who gets it?
It's provided by the plan is provided by an engineer. But I guess that's my question is that cost estimate reviewed and verified? Or we just take in, it doesn't actually say, it just says, like under B on 138, the funds will be an amount equal to 25% of the cost estimate provided. And so I don't know if the board, the commissioners were gonna review that and vet that the money, the cost provided is somewhat accurate.
It would be reviewed by, it wouldn't just be accepted.
Board approved cost estimate.
I
Right,
struggle
but
those.
They could
Like
look at
add
it,
board approved.
they could look at it and, well, I think it does say that they'll approve it, but they could look at it and be like, oh yeah, we trust you, kind of a thing, and I don't want that to happen, you know, I guess.
It need to be a serious.
And in 25 years, when decommissioning, if that's the lifespan of it, the 25% at the cost of the project now is gonna be a lot different than it is in 25 years.
Exactly.
It talks about,
Yeah.
Escalation.
it talks about having to
Update every 5 years.
update every 5 years and adjust for inflation and.
And so
all
who's
that
responsible for that? So then that's part of the, so no different, this developer will hire a contractor or whatever and immediately sell it off to who? Now, so who's on the hook for it?
I
So
think it transfers with the ownership.
Yeah. Who's on the hook? The county? They can't find the owner? Just thoughts, guys, you know what I mean?
Well, that's why the bond would be in place, right? So that the default to that. It's covered
Yeah,
costs.
right. That you hope the law would cover it.
Yeah, what would happen to them on,
two other things real quick, going back to page 134. 2.1C, I think it should just specify that a CUP is for all alternative energy facilities. And then under D, on the very last line there, incomplete application is italicized. And that shouldn't be. And then, I think I told you decommissioning was spelled wrong in 2.4.
I circled it.
I think that's all I had.
And then 2.2 and 2.7, I wonder if those should kind of be lumped together, because it's additional conditional use permit requirements, and then additional development requirements for all alternative energy facilities. 2.7 is like the same, but more, so I wonder if they should just all be presented together, since they're applicable to all. Like for instance,
I will review that with Tristan Molly. We made a specific distinction that one is conditional use requirements, and the other one is development requirements, meaning once they go to construction, and these are things that they have to provide us in their construction.
okay,
Access and parking, emergency planning, erosion and sediment control, that has to be in place during construction. So this is, one is more conditional use permit, if the conditional use permit is granted under 2.2, and 2.7 is once they actually get serious about developing and building.
okay.
But I will review that to see if that was actually the intent of how that was structured.
Did anybody see anything about mitigation or dust mitigation during construction? I don't think I saw anything.
Well, that was the
That's part of,
sediment control, erosion sediment control, isn't it?
yes, fall under erosion and sediment control sections of the ordinance.
We've been having, out and down here, we've had a south wind, or no, sorry, a north wind coming out of Hawkins, ripping 30, 40 miles an hour for the past 4 days or so.
Dust everywhere.
And I keep thinking about if this was to be developed and the grounds get tore out, it will dust the whole flipping town of Downey out. I'm talking an inch of dust. Yeah,
Okay.
Okay,
Anything else?
that's all I have.
On alternative, or anything else?
I don't have anything else. No. So we're on chapter 8, stormwater management. This is mostly that MS4, right?
Correct.
Actually, I do have one more thing, sorry. 2.9, the nuclear part, 2.9C3B, wastewater. Because wastewater must be treated and discharged in accordance with EPA and state environmental regulations, but industrial water reuse is becoming more and more popular, so the proposed saying discharged or recycled.
Luke, you stood right there.
Yep.
Sorry. You get to work with that during the day jobs.
Okay. Stormwater management. The only, I guess, I have a couple things, but under, on page 146, 2.1, stormwater manual. It talks about the Porter Valley Stormwater Design Manual as adopted by the city of Pocatello.
Yep.
Which I know they created it and kind of maintain it. The city of Chubbuck has adopted it as their standard as well. So I don't know if the county should adopt it, formally adopt it, or if this ordinance formally adopts it.
I believe this formally adopts it.
Okay, because and maybe that should say, instead of as adopted by City of Pocatello, as created by City of Pocatello, because it sounds to me like they've adopted it, but we're just gonna use it, kind of thing. Like, it doesn't show that the county has formally adopted it as their standards. Does that make sense?
So in regards to that, this is federally mandated, and we are part of the MS4.
Right.
City of Pocatello is in charge of administering that to Pocatello, Chubbuck, Bannock County, Idaho State University, Idaho Transportation Department. Those are the 5 entities, and we all follow that as it's been written and adopted by the City of Pocatello, because they are the administrator. They are the master, we are the slave, we answer to them.
Gotcha.
All paperwork that is done through the City of Pocatello and filed with the feds.
Okay.
And we pay an exorbitant amount of money to be a part of that.
Really? I don't need to.
22 grand a year?
Jeez. Just to use that and be
That's
part of
Bannock
that?
County share.
Yeah,
The
just to.
City of Pocatello is probably the lion's share at 125. Federally mandated, and we pay for it. To make sure that we don't discharge any illicit whatever into the waters of the United States of America.
Right. Okay, that was my only question on that is, I understand the background of it, and I do, I just,
It's a valid point. It's one of those where the semantics, technically, I'll review that with county legal and just ask them what would, if that's proper language or if we should develop it more.
okay,
But I did make the note created with a question mark.
okay. And then the only other thing I had in this section was on 147, at the top, under A, a stormwater easement or drainage right-of-way. I wonder if right-of-way should change to easement as well, but I don't know, it seems,
Once again, written by the City of Pocatello.
okay. That one just seems a little.
FYI, it is more designed for.
Municipal.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. But I don't even know if the City of Pocatello is a drainage right-of-way.
yeah.
That just seems like weird language, that's all.
Okay.
But those are only 2 things I had in that, because I know we've kind of gone through this section not too long ago, probably, right? So, okay, chapter 9, building code. I can tell you, I don't really have a whole lot here, because I don't know anything about it.
So let me share with you a couple of items, just walk you through this so that you're aware. The state goes through, the state has what's called the building committee, which is comprised of design professionals, contractors, architects, engineers, etc. They review each respective edition of the building code, which is rewritten and updated, shall we say, every 3 years. We are currently on 2018 in the state of Idaho. The state of Idaho adopts a code addition through the legislature in the spring, then it becomes effective July 1st of that year. We have 6 months to act on that. Okay, so by January 1st of the following year, we have to be in compliance with those codes, okay? Which gives us time to go through and analyze. So every one of these is to show that we are in compliance with state statute relative to the building code. And then in the building code, there are specific things that are intentionally left blank that we have to take action on, such as what seismic zone are we, when do we function under, what are our snow loads for our respective geographical area. All of that goes into play, and that's what takes place here. Anything that the state has modified in the building code, they send to us, and that's what you see, all of these respective modifications. Like for instance, you see things with footnotes, get rid of this footnote and add this footnote, etc. Okay? Then the only other item that is somewhat archaic is that at the very back, you ask the question, why do we have this? Because it's required by the building code. And this is the This is the building permit fees schedule from 1997 Uniform Building Code, and it hasn't been changed since 1997. We've been functioning off of these fees ever since. Every 3 years, it keeps getting the same, and it's almost that way nationwide.
Really?
That said, we do have a multiplying or a reducing factor based upon the geographical area that we work in, and each respective building type, et cetera, has a different dollar value that's assessed. So if you were to come, Marge would say, what is this building classified as? It's storage S1. What's the construction type? It's wood non-rated 5B. She looks it up in the chart, it tells her what the square footage is. She then goes in and finds the square footage, takes the multiplying factor. There's your building permit cost, or there's your quote unquote, the cost of the building based upon the regional multiplier, and then she goes against this chart to come up with it.
Oh, that's where the valuation, that's how the valuation is determined. Okay. But, yeah, my question
So,
was, and that makes sense now, kind of. It just seems like it's weird that that's the only set of fees in the ordinance. But, because it seems to me like it could just be
it's
as determined by the 1997 Uniform Building Code. Done, boom. But if it's not that easy, it's not that easy. So, I wish it was. Okay, that was a long time, sorry.
Is the code
Apologize.
enforcement chapter pretty similar to the current one?
I think there is a section, isn't there a section how about
Yeah.
It's chapter 10.
Instead of
of pages.
misdemeanors?
I glossed over it, sorry. Mel.
No, you're fine.
Didn't we change something about instead of citations or misdemeanors or something
Yeah,
to that
there's
degree?
FYI, that is a very fluid document right now, Molly, because there's so much that's being investigated, studied, changing. Right now, we are looking to change the title of the employment position from code enforcement officer to code compliance inspector. There's a number of things that have to take place with the prosecuting attorney, there's things that have to take place with the clerk, bonds and fines. So right now, it's the best that we can do. It has been reviewed by legal.
Just, I heard Elise say misdemeanor, and I'm sure. So is that what's in the working? So if you're out of compliance, that it's now a criminal offense?
Yes.
That's what it says.
But as a comment, Chad, that is our last resort, and that's why we're changing it from code enforcement officer, because they're not an officer, because they're not deputized. Okay? That said, our goal is, through the code compliance inspector, is to then contact these people, pull them to the table, hopefully they'll come and want to have a conversation, and then we help them develop an action plan to clean up their property. Okay? But there are those who are adamant, personal property rights, stay off my property, etc.
No, I understand that, I just,
Those are the minority, and
yeah, I just, a different topic, a different day.
eventually it does get pushed, it will eventually get pushed to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, and I didn't really have much on there, so. Okay.
Thanks for letting us weigh in.
We need a motion to close it?
We didn't have a public hearing.
In our work session, nope, we can just say